Resume the hearing. Thank you. It's day 4. First submitter up is Dr. Blaschke. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell us how you'd like to proceed. You have our undivided attention for 20 minutes.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Morning. Greetings to all of you commissioners, and also thanks to the staff who are you. So my name is Paul Blaschke. I'd like to just give a little brief background, help you see where I'm coming from. I'm an ecologist by training, but I've had a very long professional experience in applied ecology, sustainability issues, as a teacher, as a researcher, as a consultant, as a public service policy analyst. In other words, a bit of a generalist, a specialist generalist, I like to call myself, in the environmental area. This is an individual submission, but Wellington is my home. I was born here. I've lived the greatest part of my adult life here. And I've lived for a very long time in the southern suburbs, Brooklyn and Vogeltown, and by virtue of my long involvement with various community groups and especially environmental groups, several of them throughout the southern suburbs, I feel very embedded into my local community. And in terms of my own interests, I now feel that things like community health and well-being and individual health and well-being, community resilience and environmental sustainability are at least as important as the ecological sustainability, which I first started being concerned with. So that's the background to my submission, which is a very short one to you this morning. Most of my submission and my submission, further submission points related to hearing stream 8 on the natural environment. And so I'll reserve the detail for another year, I believe, till you hear that. And I just want to make one very simple submission point about what I consider to be an overarching matter. And that concerns the natural environment objective 01, considering the natural character, landscape and features in our city for their identification, recognition, protection and enhancement. So, as I say, my submission is very simple. It's a submission of strong agreement with this strategic direction, I think it's called. And from that flows pretty much it relates to all other objectives and policies of the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity section. And in particular, they go further than that, this particular objective, because they support a critical part of the city's overall vision and strategic objectives, and are strongly supported by the overwhelming majority of the city's residents. Wellington's natural features and landscapes arguably define our character as a city more than anything else. And within that natural environment, I wish to draw attention in particular to the areas that have been identified as significant natural areas. And I really want to emphasize the importance of those areas as a critical part of that natural identity. The SNAs are, if you like, the crown jewels, or perhaps more appropriately the natural taonga of our city, of our natural environment. And therefore, the processes for identification, recognition and protection of these treasures are therefore the most important single section in the proposed plans provisions for the natural environment and the achievement of the strategic objectives for the natural environment. And then they underpin the details of all the ecosystems in the Indigenous biodiversity section, of which there have been many, many submissions, and you'll go into this, as I say, in a year's time, and I'm sure it'll come back before that. And I would also note in passing that I see that some submitters have referred to phrases like healthy functioning of native ecosystems and natural processes as an alternative wording to the description in NE01. I can see where they're coming from. I would actually support that, although I haven't noted that in my submission. So I'm just foreshadowing that because of this overriding because of the overriding importance of the NE1, the first strategic objective about natural character and landscapes, I'm going to speak to this in more detail in Stream 8, and also in particular I'm going to strongly oppose the decision of the Council's Planning and Environment Committee back before the plan was notified about removal of SNAs from all residential zone properties. So in summary here of my opposition to that and linking it to strategic objectives, I contend that that decision renders the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity section overall much less effective than it could be and should be. It greatly hinders the achievement of that strategic objective, but more than that, for today, it greatly hinders the achievement of Council's Te Atakura blueprint and other moves towards sustainability and resilience. Furthermore, it disadvantages the great majority of the city's residents, except for a tiny number of suburban residential landowners who become privileged over all others, including other suburban residential landowners with portions of SNAs within their properties who have not objected or in some cases often welcomed those provisions. So those are some of the reasons why I refer to this point now here in advance of hearing Streams 8, because it's an overarching matter. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'll be very happy to take questions.
Dr. Blaschke, I suspect I know what the answer to this question is, but I'll ask you anyway. The Section 42A author recommends that NE01 be amended to make specific reference to Indigenous biodiversity. Is it a safe assumption that you would support that change?
Actually, it's not a totally safe assumption. I think that the point, I'm not against it, but I think that the point that other submitters have made about healthy functioning of native ecosystems and natural processes is probably more important than specifying Indigenous biodiversity. Part of Indigenous biodiversity is an integral part of those things, natural character, landscape and features in Wellington City. We couldn't have healthy functioning ecosystems if it wasn't for our Indigenous biodiversity. I think it is also important to recognise that we have a mix of biodiversity in the city. We have, as a technical area, we have many New Zealand native species that are not native to this area, and some submitters will argue that they do not belong in the Indigenous biodiversity. So you're going to have arguments about what is Indigenous biodiversity, and I happen to believe, in my professional opinion, is that climate change actually renders a lot of those arguments about what's ecosystem specific Indigenous biodiversity pretty irrelevant. And it's certainly irrelevant to combating climate change. And I also think that there are elements of exotic biodiversity that are really important in terms of the natural character and the natural environment that Wellingtonians really treasure and love and want to protect. So I'd rather leave Indigenous biodiversity implicit rather than explicit, I think, on balance.
Other commissioners, any questions?
So, good morning, Dr. Blaschke. I'm not sure whether you heard the panel's questioning of Mr. McCutcheon. No.
I'm sorry, this is my first appearance here.
Okay, we put to him some questions on NE01 along the lines of, very similar to the lines that you've raised this morning, about whether it was setting up a overarching objective that may not be capable of being fulfilled down the line, particularly in relation to Indigenous biodiversity. And I guess in light of the dialogue just with the chair about Indigenous biodiversity, the addition of that that term in the first line of the objective would suggest that there would be methods and rules and standards to protect the city's biodiversity down the line, and later chapters of the district plan. You're signalling that that's not the case, and you'll be talking to us on that. That's your position?
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure if I followed, and having not heard Mr. McCutcheon's evidence, I'm not sure I've totally followed the detail, but Indigenous biodiversity, I believe, is captured reasonably in NE01 as it stands. As I say, if the consensus is that it should be specified by wording, I would be opposed to that as long as it's not sort of exclusive, because I do believe that in 2023 we need to be protecting all valuable biodiversity, all valued biodiversity, including non-Indigenous or in particular non-local Indigenous.
Let me put the question a different way. If for whatever reason it's decided not to reintroduce any SNAs into the plan, in the sense that you're going to be asking us to do in hearing stream 8, would it still be appropriate to include the term Indigenous biodiversity in NE01 given its overarching direction?
Yeah, thanks. I suppose as a contingency, if you can't reinstate the SNAs in full, then I think there would be a stronger case for referring to Indigenous biodiversity. But I would perhaps turn your question around, Commissioner, and say that the line of questioning makes it all the more vital that we do retain all the SNAs and not just cherry pick them.
Yes.
It's so inequitable between rural and residential.
Yes. Just carrying on from that, can you think of any other methods whereby SNAs can be identified, recognised, protected, and where possible enhanced, other than through the district plan?
I think there are theoretically other methods. I'm still not holding my breath after 20 years for the RMA National Policy Statement on Indigenous biodiversity, and even if it comes in, as you know, it'll be many years before there's a strong effect. So I certainly think that the district plan, well, right throughout my career, the district plan has been the primary vehicle for achieving that protection.
Yes. Have you had any experience with the QE2 covenants
Yes, I have.
and what's the efficacy in protecting SNAs and how widely used are they in Wellington?
I think the QE2 covenants are terrific. I think in general, overall, they are very effective. I think there's a real resourcing issue in terms of if you had all SNAs replaced by covenants, especially in urban areas. I mean, they're not very widely used in urban areas nationally, to my knowledge. You're just going to have a bewildering number. I mean, it's going to absolutely, it would absolutely dwarf the current number.
Yes.
So my short answer, I haven't really thought about that, is that the QE2 covenants are not a particularly good alternative for the urban environment.
Okay. Thank you for that. I mean, a lot of these issues are going to go to hearing stream 8, but I thought it was while you were here worthwhile testing your view on those. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Did I hear you right, Dr. Blaschke, that you said that it's important also to protect non-local Indigenous biodiversity?
Not quite. Well, that my intention was not to say that.
Oh, okay.
I think that it's important not to have a rigid dividing line between local Indigenous biodiversity, you know, eco-source, region biodiversity, and everything else, including non-local sourced Indigenous.
I say that because the plan has a definition of Indigenous vegetation, which means endemic to the region, but there's no definition of Indigenous biodiversity. It's defined, and not even in the RMA as a definition. Broader than just Indigenous vegetation.
I'm aware of some ecologists that would argue for Indigenous vegetation or Indigenous species to be confined to locally Indigenous. That's not my.
Thank you, Mr. Blaschke. I've got one broad strategic question. With the provisions that are currently notified, with the removal of the SNAs, do you have an opinion on what the net impact to biodiversity being if we went with the status quo vis-a-vis having the SNAs identified in there?
I wonder if we should wait for stream 8 for that question, because I think
Oh,
we'll
okay.
be all
Yeah,
over it.
yeah.
All over that. I think that will be the fundamental issue: costs and benefits. So,
Well, I know
if you can give the commissioner a generalised response, because we might be here for the rest of the day if you go into detail.
My generalised response is, I mean, I think that's a very important question. I simply don't know, because I don't think it's been quantified. I certainly don't know of any quantification. If councillors' officers do know, they should make that information available to you. I did use the word advisedly, a tiny number of owners of residential properties who've argued for that. I'll say in broad terms, I believe that the noise is greater than the number. That's just a hunch. It's just my opinion. But this has been a contentious issue in just about every council hearing where SNAs have come in. But I note that many councils throughout Aotearoa, including our neighbours in Porirua, have successfully gone through this process and achieved a reasonable compromise without making these arbitrary decisions between urban and residential. I just think it's wrong on so many counts.
I should say, having sat on the Paeroa panel, there was more than a tiny number of people opposing those SNAs. However, any more for any more? Thank you, Dr. Blaschke.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to seeing you in Stream 8
Thank you.
and listening to your views at great length.
All the best for the years in between.
Yes, we just got to survive 2023. 2024 will look after itself. Next is Mr. Dunn.
My name is Steve Dunn, a landscape architect, and have lived at number 1 Nico Street in Newtown for the past 33 years. I'd like to talk to two elements of my submission on the increasing residential building density and provision and protection of public open space. Regarding doing density well, one City Council Section 42A report discounted the need for a community spatial plan process or a new objective because the district plan review process is now finished and now the hearing process has commenced. So as part of that hearing process, I still maintain and ask that the spatial planning process continue and a community spatial plan for Newtown is warranted. Like the design guides appended to the PDP, a spatial plan would guide and direct development that would give better outcomes for the community while recognising the aims of the NPS on urban design. It can be demonstrated that growth can be accommodated in Newtown within development sites that are not significantly impact on neighbours, like the redesign study and Newtown plan, which was referred by the NRA yesterday in submission. Over the past 20 years, it's been recognised that density on Adelaide Road, a higher density on Adelaide Road is warranted on the main transport spine, but there has been little progress with only one residential 6 multi-storey building on the corner of King Street completed. And that was only with government underfunding. Across the road, Stacks have moved into a refurbished 2-storey building. To me, a lost opportunity. There is obviously a need for guidance and incentives if high density is to become a reality in an area that has been promoted for intensive growth. And there are examples of density done well in Newtown. The Regent Park apartments have multi-storey and 2-storey units that do not impact on neighbouring properties. Infill of 4-storey apartments in Constable Street, Rintoul, Colombo, Hall, Redford Street fit well into the local environment while giving added density. To me, the National Policy Statement on Urban Design is a blunt instrument for the need for additional housing. There's little guidance on where high density should be focused in a more refined way that recognises the wider community. Instead, there's now encouragement to build higher with limited setbacks. Case in point is for 42A Redford Street, and what has been circulated around is the flyer from the real estate agent that is selling 42A, 42 and 40, and 42A was subject to a private plan change 79, I think, in 2015 that allowed the zoning from inner residential to centres area with a 3-storey height limit, setbacks and recession planes, because it adjoins a residential character area. So the property is now up for sale, and we have the prospect of a potential for a 22 metre or 6-storey development. The rising ground on the 42A means that the new development will be significantly taller than originally consented in the private plan change, even more higher than those currently on Redford Street. This will leave the neighbours in shadow and the absentee landlord that allowed demolition by the neglect to walk away with increased capital gains. The approval of the plan change that gave the 9 metre limit undermined, gave some surety that there was some protection to the neighbouring properties, but now this is gone. As far as protection, provision of public open space, there are many policies and reference to providing green infrastructure, green links and public open space network under the PDP. With residential intensification, particularly in the inner city like Te Aro, there will be a need for new parks. Currently, open space improvements upgrade existing parks or edges along road reserves. And purchasing property for open space has been quoted as too expensive and has not happened since Midland Park was created. Given the conversion of buildings and establishment of apartments in Central City, open space will be even more valued, and I would like to see a guidance on funding and using development contributions to create new open space that has specific minimum size around 2 hectares, as well as incorporating green infrastructure like stormwater management and trees. And reference to 2 hectares is if you think of Glover Park has 1.9 hectares, Cobblestone 1.5 hectares, and Glover Park connects between 2 streets, which is a plus for me, as gives a link between between streets, but also provides a better open space. There are numerous studies that identify green spaces and vegetation as giving health benefits, but there's little guidance on how this is defined on the ground. Development contributions should be used now to purchase land for future open space, but it must be targeted and dedicated for that use, not for general maintenance. It's not going to get any cheaper, and there are options available now. Monies from the increasing number of ratepayers can be used to fund development and maintenance of these parks, and adequate space for trees, which are in scale with the built environment, needs to be defined and incorporated into policy documents to ensure the health of trees and people. Furthermore, these open spaces and trees need adequate protection from development. This should include zoning them under the Reserves Act and widened tree protection definitions. Why isn't Frank Kitts Park identified as a reserve on the Wellington City Council Parks and Reserves map database? I know it's in the harbour framework, but so is Waitangi Park, which is identified, but Frank Kitts Park is defined. And to me, that is of concern. It's a major destination park, and like Waitangi Park should be classified under Reserves Act to ensure protection from development, and Frank Kitts Park, because it has a building underneath the open space, has already been targeted as a potential development site for ballet, when there is still public space identified as for future development as the transition between Te Papa and Waitangi. So it's the Schaefer's car park is identified in the plan as a space for development, but Frank Kitts Park up for grabs. If parks are to be the lungs for the environment for a livable city, additional open space and the protection of it is critical.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Can I ask you an initial question? You said that 21 metres at 42A Redford much higher than the private plan change authorised. What did that plan change authorise?
It was 9 metres. The point is that that land rises back up to the neighbours. Further along at the back of the Ronald McDonald house, same situation did apply, but they dug out behind it and created traffic servicing at the back. So the back spaces of Ronald McDonald House and the building further west are right on the frontage, and the back is open. Whereas in this case at 42A, there's potential to go right to back.
And the other question I had or really partly an observation and partly a question. You described the MPSUD as a blunt instrument. Now, without offering any comment of my own, the problem we have is, well, it is what it is. We're obliged to give effect to it. And so how do we give effect to it and meet what you're asking for?
Yeah, well, just because it's a government direction, is there a good one?
Just hold that thought. I think lots of opinions could be ventured about the quality of the government's direction on a whole range of subjects, but it is what it is.
Well, what I was asking is that could a spatial plan take that into account, specifically for the Newtown area? Recognising that there is a requirement, but in some way guide or encourage development that is of a better outcome by density, and it's a better outcome for the local community. And there's talks of creating a livable, lots of descriptive words, which sounds good, but when in practice, if you're getting a block of people in a 6-story building sort of close together, they will need those outdoor spaces, and the community itself will be affected if that's not taken into account.
Any?
Appreciate your comments on the Newtown, your thoughts about having a spatial plan. Just putting it aside for a minute. The walkable catchment is supposed to expand the walkable catchment from 10 minutes to 15. What's your comment on that?
Oh, no, the NRA have said that it extends further into Newtown itself.
Yeah.
And so there is a concern there.
So have you thought about where you think that walkable catchment from the city? The city centre walkable catchment is 15 minutes from the edge of.
Yeah.
So that's what it's proposed to be. 10. Did you ever look at that at all?
No, but I think yeah, the fact that transit route goes through Redford Rental is that widening the zone effect right along, and yeah, particularly in rental, it's a real concern. Yeah, when but let's get Wellington moving, will have an effect on our local area, big way.
Concerns particularly at rental are?
Well, the land take and to get up mass rapid transport, to get around the John Street corner. It has been flagged that those historic buildings would have to be moved or taken away in order to facilitate that. So a landing point outside the hospital, and associated with that, we're just going through a bike lane.
Yeah.
So which is and how that's being managed by and cars are still using bus lanes.
Oh yeah, so that, yeah. They haven't decided on those stops yet. What I was interested in is the
Walkable.
the walkable catchment, which enabled,
Yeah,
within
no,
the
I
walkable
have-
catchment enabled up to six stories, was, and the proposal was to extend it to 15.
Yeah. Well, Fry, I think, the local position, it would be better to reduce it.
Okay.
Any more commissioners?
Just a couple of quick ones. We heard yesterday from Kāngora, and we did have some discussion about height limits in Newtown. The notified plan has variable height limits around Newtown's centre itself, like suburban centre, I think 2 metres, and then planned immediate around that 21. Kāngora's position is that that's not good enough. It should be higher densities, wider walking. Obviously, that's contrary to your position, contrary to the position which has been notified plan. You comment on that?
I think there is, in looking around the local area, there's potential to incorporate sort of tall buildings, but it's site specific, and to ask for a blanket provision to me is I wouldn't support that.
So the potential for taller buildings, Redford Street frontage primarily, Adelaide Road from John through to the basin.
I think Adelaide from John to the basin has always been identified as a high rise area, and like originally it was slums that were removed, and what we've got there now is the result. Maybe it's case to revisit it.
The other point is on Frankett's Park. As you can probably remember, I was on the hearing for the Frankett's Park.
That's right.
Redevelopment. First round hearing 5, 6, 7 years ago. It was about that long, probably.
Yeah.
I see, and we'll possibly, presumably, you'll be attending the centres hearing as well. But I see that the notice zero height limit over Frankett's Park. So if there is any development, it's going to be by legal's consent. And on the waterfront zone, historically and now as well, assumption of public input, notification of significant. So just make that observation and perhaps have a think about that. And that.
Yes, I think Andy Foster said, and so at the time when it was being mooted, that that would be hard to put. It will be a hard road to get it established, but I acknowledge that it will go into a resource consent process.
Thank you.
But I'd make a point that it's open space.
It has the notified plan has a waterfront zoning law.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any others, Commissioner? I think we're good. Thank you, Mr. Dunn, and thank you for attending today. And my colleagues will look forward to seeing you in the centre. So, and Mr. Minto.
Lovely, thank you. Sit here, not there.
Yep. Make yourself home.
There's 3 areas of concern I just wanted to raise. Heritage, affordable housing and livability of the city. In terms of heritage, it's critical to identity. Continuity with the past means there's an ongoing connection with the lived experience of those who went before. You can see that connection. That awareness enriches our lives. And that connection to the past gives a sense of something special about that place. And therefore about us in that place. And that awareness helps us tell us who we are and where we come from. that helps shape our identity and lets us form roots as New Zealanders. So heritage is something that we hold around us and is part of what makes us special. It's like our cloak. So all pre-1930s suburban housing is special. It is that cloak. It's not an unlimited resource that we can get back if it's gone. It needs to be retained. It's not actually that much, and retaining all areas is important. That's the sense of a area, not just this one. And of course, Wellington is central to New Zealand and New Zealand history. So it's not like these sort of things are everywhere. And if we reflect on the tragedy of Maori fortified pa being systematically destroyed, and we have the record of people going in and being impressed, the aura of it, the impression that was there. So yeah, we've learned, and that had a negative impact on how people view Maori culture, because it took something away of respect. And of course, heritage is vitally important to tourism. It's one of our major industries. You don't travel the world to see semi-industrial sprawl and mid-rises. It's part of the attraction. So the second area I wanted to talk to was affordable housing crisis, because there is one. And to me, that's one of the key issues, is about the 6-story thing. And the assumption that appears to be here, if we increase the housing supply, prices will drop. So therefore, we're going to have these rules to put 6 stories to encourage supply. That's all just too simplistic. In Wellington, it's a problem right through New Zealand, demand for short-term rentals is huge. Airbnb, Booking.com, very attractive, but easy. There's less wear and tear. It's nice middle-class tenants, these tourists coming in, and it's really good money, not much effort. We also have a huge industry of overseas students. We also had high immigration. All this is putting pressure on the housing. But there's nothing here in these housing provisions about 6 stories that's going to make sure that it's for affordable housing for long-term domestic accommodation. It's just an assumption. So all you're doing here, or all that's being proposed by the council, is just a bully build right. And the government says build to rent is long-term, but it's still within a framework of maximised profit. So on that point, supply is not what determines price. It's what can I get for this? What can I get out of this person? How do I get the maximum profit from the least effort? It's not supply. So some examples of that. You might go on a holiday and there you are, lots of coconuts in the tree, lots of coconuts on the ground. There they are selling them. Supply is not an issue. It's about what that person is selling them, what they think you'll pay for it. I've been in the same situation with bananas in Ecuador. There's just millions of them. And, you know, they're on the table rotting or whatever, but it's what they think they can get out of you. It's not about supply. In Wellington here, with COVID, no tourism, hundreds of empty rentals, rents didn't drop because of the maximised profit focus. If you did drop, if people did drop their rents, then their existing tenants who are paying a nice high price will leave and go to those cheaper ones. So you end up having to drop your price on the other ones to fill those ones up. So you get all your rentals filled. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of effort. People don't do that. They kept the prices high. They were willing to leave the rentals empty. And I looked at difficulty paying my mortgage. I got people around to assess my rental. They said there are hundreds of empty rentals in Wellington. So it's there, it's not supply. And of course we have the experience with 40 years of private builders and developers, and we've got this affordable housing crisis. And if prices did drop that we're making affordable, construction will slow to keep prices up. There's a profit expectation there of the people. They would think, why would I work hard, the developer? Why would I work hard to churn out buildings for a low price? Just drop the builders and therefore my overheads go down. I save up my plots of land for development for when the prices are high and profits are bigger. It's just how the market works. So Affordable housing has only been delivered by governments and non-profits. You know, they granted contracts to build things. Affordable housing does not organically appear as an outcome of private building market. And we know this because of the crisis. And what they said was, well, we had all our developments knocked back. There would have been a lot more housing. Well, that's actually not true. They were poorly designed projects that were knocked back by the RMA. Those, even if they did build those ones, they would still be within the context of a maximised profit approach. So, but in terms of the third area I want to talk about is livability, and it sort of covers the solution. People nowadays want to live central, like in Te Aro here, along, you know, Redford Road is, whatever the name of it is. And they want to go live along regular public transport routes. And that's an excellent vision and lifestyle. That's good for the city. You come down the lift and you're into the shops or into the supermarket. But this doesn't build this vision. What is stopping this is zoning laws. We no longer have heavy industries or noisy factories working into the night. That's all overseas. So the regimentation of zonings no longer needed, like, to protect people from noise and chemicals and things like that. Zoning laws now help insulate the market from too much competition when they buy land. So if it's in a commercial area, you're only up against competing against commercial people. If you're in a residential area, you've got more chance to outbid the residential people. Zoning laws have pushed people further out of the city. They've created this significant problem of donut cities. We see this all through Te Aro here, and that's what zoning's done. So it raises the question, why destroy our outer residential heritage suburbs, Newtown, Mount Vic, Thorndon, with walking rules? It's all about the developer. Because we decentralised this planning, our developer has a spot of land here that they picked up cheap, they've got a spot of land there that they picked up cheap, and it's higgledy-piggledy design and development. It's permission planning rather than actual planning. So the real change is to change the rules so that you can require, the council can require, like intensification for Te Aro, or supermarket car parks, an ideal one. They're just sitting there, plenty of space in these semi-industrial and commercial areas. And it's where the transport links are and where the activities are, which is where people want to live. So to round off my observations on livability, we generally in New Zealand have a private property fetish to respect the sanctity of the owner's rights. But here, in these proposed changes, we're giving the property developer the right to run roughshod over the property rights of others, like in a smaller house. For example, now it's riding roughshod, if you have a dam on your land and that dam breaks and spills and damages your neighbour's property, you pay. Here, with this proposal about 6 stories, shade from that building comes onto your land, comes into your house, and you get nothing. And sun is extremely valuable in Wellington. So the new rules are a gross violation of traditional private property rights, while elevating the private property rights of developers to maximise profit. And it's all based on a false assumption that it will deliver affordable housing. So if we're going to violate the private property right, it will be better to have the rules to take the city back to the people. Ergo, so for an example might be, there's a publisher in a little small 1-story building in Victoria Street or whatever, and the city can come and say, we need a mid-rise development here. Are you able to support and develop that as a mid-rise? If they can't, you say, right, well, we're going to take that, and you can have your office. We'll build a little facility in this building for your office, but you've lost the opportunity cost of the air above. If you're going to violate private property rights, that is proper planning for the city. And what that would do, that sort of bully building will fix the donut city. That would actually allow people to come in. And if it's done through government, it would also fix the affordable housing crisis. And it will bring back safety to the city, bringing people in, and bring back vibrancy. And it would reduce the infrastructure impacts, the massive costs. It would make it less costly to actually do that, less rates impact, because you wouldn't have to build the big infrastructure, pipes and sewage, extra capacities all the way out. It would also reduce the need for significant public transport because you brought the people back into the city. So that's what I wanted to say about the plan. So from you people, I'll see if you've got any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Minto. Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Minto. That's this is clearly a topic that's close to your heart. Your passion is.
Was more interesting.
Yes, your passion is very obvious to us all, and so thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us today. One of the points that you made, and it's in your submission, that the market is not designed, I'm paraphrasing here, but the market is not designed to enable affordable housing. That's the Kāinga, well, that's the government and NGO role. We had Kāinga in here yesterday, and I don't know if you heard any of that, but they've basically to allow them to do that. They are wanting a more permissive environment to be able to develop to meet the needs of New Zealand. If that's not an option, what options do they have in their toolkit to address that?
Yeah, the guy before, I can't remember his name, sorry, made the point about development being site specific. So I think there are plenty of sites where Kāinga can be site specific. I've got no problem. I would think mid-rises, for example, are the logical things that do 5 and 12 stories if you really want to intensify. But no problem. I desperately want affordable housing. I would be more forgiving of Kāinga doing higher developments and things like that, but not at the expense of heritage and ruining sunlight and quality of life for other Wellingtonians. So I think it is site specific as to, for example, Crofton Downs, you could come out of the train and there could be just there a mid-rise, and it could run right up into the to the supermarket area. So again, it's not seriously impacting other people's privacy or sun or whatever, but it's right on the transport link. Going out to Newtown, a bit more controversial, there are sites out there that are site specific where Kāinga could build, and I'd encourage them to build there. But bearing, for example, there's that little park. There's an area behind the little park near the service station. You could build something there, but not just jamming them where you can afford to buy. I can afford to buy this little slot of land here, and I'm going to put a 6-story, jam it down there. That sort of thing is just the problem. Hopefully, Kāinga wouldn't do that. Does that help?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, is it useful looking at affordable housing in isolation of the other factors? It's easy to, like, I'll give you an example. You used the example earlier of, there's all these empty rentals that people still keep the price up. Now, you could say an easy solution to this, why doesn't Kāinga just buy them all? But the reality is they can't afford to. Right. And so they've got limited tools in their toolbox to be able to do that. So is it not important to look at that as in an integrated way rather than just the problem of affordability?
Oh, okay. Well, several things could be done. There could be a tax on empty rentals and it could be an escalating the longer it's empty. So you can do ways to force private enterprise or to put a cost on them if they don't rent them. And that's been done elsewhere. Things like Airbnb, to discourage Airbnb, like in Byron Bay, and it's also in Barcelona, I think, and I'm just trying to think the other place. I can't think of it. They are putting a requirement that you can only do Airbnb for periods of time during the year. So it's trying to shut down that and put accommodation back to long-term people. So there are plenty of options that the council should really be exploring.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minto. We appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Next member is the Property Council.
Oh, they're online.
Online. Join it via live stream.
Hello.
Right. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. We can see you, we can hear you. So it's over to you. How would you like to proceed?
Awesome. Thank you so much. So good morning and thank you for having me here today. My name is Sandra Marley-Gunnar-Wardina and I'm from Property Council in New Zealand. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak today. As you may know, Property Council is the leading not-for-profit advocate for New Zealand's most significant industry, property. Property is New Zealand's largest industry with a direct contribution to GDP of $41.2 billion. Property Council advocates for the creation and retention of a well-designed, functional and sustainable built environment, which promotes high productivity as well as better wellness in New Zealand. I will be discussing two matters today at a high level: Wellington City Council's proposed walkable catchment and incorporating a whole-of-life approach in reducing emissions within the district plan. So turning to the topic of the walkable catchment, Property Council is concerned that Wellington City Council has proposed a walkable catchment of 800 metres or 10 minutes for the city centre zone. This is very limited as it seeks to exclude Mount Victoria, Oriental Bay, Mount Cook and around Massey University campus. Furthermore, cities like Auckland, Hamilton and Christchurch city centres have a 1,200 metre walkable catchment. We're concerned that the walkable catchment of 800 metres will encourage urban sprawl and limit future intensification. Alternatively, extending the walkable catchment to at least 1,200 metres will better encourage more inner city living, greater density of urban form, and more efficient use of sites within the city centre. It will also provide greater carbon gains as more people living closer to the city centre will reduce transport emissions. Furthermore, intensification can rely on existing transport networks for public transportation in and out of the city centre. It's also important to note that extending the walkable catchment does not mean that development will occur everywhere within this zone. Feasibility to develop must be considered by looking at certain factors, such as the typology of land and amenities in the area. We therefore recommend that the council amend their walkable catchment to a 15-minute walk or 1,200 metres walkable catchment. This will further help the council reach its commitment to reduce net carbon emissions to zero by 2050, as having more people live closer to the city centre reduces our carbon footprint. Now turning to our point on climate change. We recommend that the district plan adopts a whole-of-life approach to the reduction of emissions within the district plan, rather than solely focusing its efforts on the elimination of private vehicles. The government is currently looking to do this in the building and construction sector through several work programs, including the Building for Climate Change program. This looks to lower building emissions across the entire process, i.e. design, planning, construction, and deconstruction. We recommend a whole-of-life approach be adopted in the district plan, which would consider a space for private vehicles, including a move towards more EVs, and encourage sustainable designs within the sector. So in conclusion, Property Council does not support the proposed 800 metre walkable catchment, as this will encourage urban sprawl, limit future intensification, and be an impediment for the council in achieving their carbon neutral goals. Adopting a 1,200 metre walkable catchment will better encourage more inner city living, greater density of urban form, and more efficient use of sites within the city centre. Furthermore, to improve sustainability and resilience in Wellington and across the country, we recommend that a whole-of-life approach is implemented in the district plan. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Can I start, please, and ask you, we've heard a lot of evidence and submissions already about walkable catchments. One of the points that has frequently been made is that Wellington is not Christchurch, with absolutely flat vistas out from the city centre. It's not Auckland that has more hills, but not steep hills. Within a 1,200 metre radius, you've got some serious hills. I don't know if you walked up to Kelburn from the city centre or up Hay Street in Oriental Bay, which we were told has a gradient of 1 in 4.6. So in what have you considered the extent to which a 1,200 metre radius around the Wellington city centre is actually walkable by the average person?
Yeah, I mean, definitely consideration. I mean, it's kind of touched on earlier. We understand it's about giving people options, right, to develop and intensify. It's not going to be feasible that every single place, including with all the hills, is the place to develop and build and construct. So I think just because the rules enable it doesn't mean it's going to happen in places that are prone to natural disasters or prone to high winds. So I think it's just about the possibility of having the place to develop. So it's not going to happen everywhere, and we accept that.
I think that's not really the answer to the question, because if the test is walkability, do we have to ask where will people walk? And if they won't walk because it's up a big hill, does that not mean it's not walkable?
See what you mean. I think what we would say is upzoning doesn't necessarily mean it'll be built in the area.
But that's not the issue. What the NPSUD says is we have to identify walkable catchments. The upzoning comes as a consequence of that. So the first step is to identify the walkable catchment. So I think you're jumping a step and say, well, it may not happen. Well, that's actually a concern. Another concern that's been expressed to us, that it happens in isolated locations that may happen to be just because that particular site is a viable development site, but it may not be walkable. So as I say, that can you assist us on what is the relevance of walkability? Are you saying we don't need to answer that question?
No, the walkable catchment is important to intensification to find out that relevant zone that we need to intensify. So it is important to have that first step, like you said, and that leads into intensification. So when you limit the walkable catchment, you limit future opportunities. It is important to establish that.
And the second question, as you said, you emphasised the need for a whole of life emissions assessment. How would the district plan actually do that? How would the district plan need to be changed to do that?
Well, a lot of it right now is talking about the elimination of private vehicles. So I think it's more about allowing for moving away from that. I think we need to allow for EVs. I think it's about when you intensify in building, creating buildings, it's about making that, building that with sustainable designs. So I think it's about, it's quite a high level thing, but it's about creating a pathway that will lead to the sustainability, which includes the development of buildings, providing more power for EVs in areas, especially the CBD.
Does that mean that intensification should be subject to standards around sustainable design?
It's a way up. I think there's a lot that goes into it that needs to be weighed up for people who develop. No, I don't necessarily think so.
Any other questions, commissioners? Anyone starting?
Just
Mr. McMahon.
Just one from me, Ms. Gundawini. This is this hearing stream is focused largely at the strategic objectives.
Yeah.
Is the Property Council seeking any specific change to any particular strategic objective, or are they happy with the plan as notified in that sense?
Yeah, we won't make any specific changes to that, no.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any more questions? Well, thank you very much for your contribution this morning. We appreciate you beaming in and talking to us today. And we'll sign off.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye. A bit ahead of time. Is Mr. Norman in the back?
I am, yes.
Welcome. Would you like to step forward?
Do I get a shorter time as a result?
No. In fact, you get a longer time. We're breaking for a coffee at 10:40.
Oh,
so that's not an encouragement, but it's an indication of the outer limit. So we're not strapped for time. We've just made up a little bit of time. So.
Well, major part of my work was as a university lecturer. Now, I promised not to give you the 50-minute version, but I think as commissioners, you're only in your first week, and I look at that schedule through to November. What a task you've been given. So I think you need a bit of humour to start. And I'm going to introduce you to a comment made about the Bill Clinton era of politics as poetry and implementation as prose, administration. Now, part of my background is having done a PhD in public administration on studying the control systems of the public management model in New Zealand as adopted in the late 80s and how it was working in practice. And that was a thoroughgoing look at the rhetoric and reality of public management in New Zealand. I have a cartoon for you.
Was the answer badly? The executive summary.
Very much reliance on measures and too little reliance on sensible human judgment, which is what I'm hoping we're going to get from you as a group of independent councillors. I believe this is your task. Your task is to work through a political rhetoric which has been dominated by a hyped up version of where the poor generation that cannot get into housing up against those terrible NIMBYs, the YIMBY-NIMBY kind of contrast, which has been overblown as a result of social media. And the reason I've got involved in this process is from having watched what I think was the most appalling bit of democratic farce ever via Zoom 2 years ago, when a small group, but bare majority of councillors pushed through an upzoning and hope strategy for vast areas of Wellington's major heritage. So I'm here to comment on that, and I've distilled it into a series of slides with more background on what I submitted earlier. But I want to, because you're part of an expert panel, I just want to put on the table that I'm not here as an expert. I'm not being paid to go and represent anyone. But I do have a bit of expertise, which included being a journalist during the period that Michael Fowler was rampant in terms of demolishing large parts of the central city. And the scars of that are still with us, some of them. I mean, he did some good things, but he was just allowed far too much leeway to demolish big chunks of Edwardian history and Victorian history in central Wellington. And another one was being, when working as a journalist, I was able to persuade the then Evening Post to back the competition for the harbour, or at a point when it seriously looked like the old Harbour Board might seek to enrich its domain and sell off big chunks of harbour land, and the Wellington Civic Trust, something I contributed towards at that period in terms of a competition and then a conference, which then led to the creation of the Lambton Harbour Development Authority. And the other bit of expertise I would bring is having been for many years on the endowment fund for St Peter's Church in Upper Willis Street, and experiencing and seeing firsthand the impact of car-driven zoning and blight on Te Aro over decades, and seeking to do something constructive about that, or achieving something constructive about it, which I think gives a really strong and effective message for the set species that you are seeing. So if we've got some slides, I've got some visuals, because you're going to be bombarded with prose.
I think Freya's about to come and assist with the slides.
While we're getting set up for that, Mr. Chair, what are we doing with this? You got me. You got me all rolled up that we were going to do. Is this just part of your evidence, or what is this?
This is your role. You're
Oh, I see. So we're not actually
translate
anything like do a game or something. I thought you were going to.
Your impossible task is to translate political rhetoric. And
right.
I thought you were going to say he was the sax player.
Yes.
And it will require a great deal of improvisation too. Show me which one. So these are the points distilled from my written submission, and I'll just come back to those after going through the slides. But photographs which illustrate brownfields focus, and I was very pleased to hear that David McGuinness is one of you submitted yesterday. The McGuinness family, Willis Bond, have done more than any other single developer to lift the quality of buildings in Wellington, and I gather that he made a strong point about keep the city compact. That 10-minute rule, or that 800 or 1200 metre distance, I've just checked. I live on and have lived for a long time in Stafford Street, now Victoria. Does anyone know Stafford Street up the top of Margie Banks? You do? Well, you live there, right? Well, is that seriously a walkable catchment area for bringing groceries up Margie Banks Street?
Stafford Street isn't too bad. It's Port Street.
That's the one. 1 in 5 gradient. And are we seriously supposed to believe that, and the Google search tells me it's about 800 metres. A walkable catchment, for goodness sake. And most people in the street have cars, and we have a council that's just turning a blind eye to those type of issues with this blanket zoning, which is basically driven out of Auckland. And Auckland is a very different city, and sadly has lost just about all its wooden housing in the area, which is the total of central Wellington. Auckland is not a good example for planning. So brownfields, focus on those. I'll give the examples. I think planning is not nearly sufficient as a framework, that rates are a key part of this. And I'm pleased to hear Stephen cover aspects of that. There are a series of taxes and the underuse of sites for car parks, which are profitable because the rates are too low. Work at scale. Kai Ora, I hope you hold them into account. That sounds to be very loose proposals from them. They are doing work that is well done with Arlington and with Rolleston developments, and there's another one in Newtown. They've got many sites. They will have next to no land value against it if they do their balance sheets right. It's that scale. You will not get affordable housing pepper potted as proposed by this group of city councillors. So reject an upzone and hope strategy, which is likely to blight Wellington's distinctive character. And for those residents who are likely to be affected, they should be, as a matter of course, given examples of what the impact on their sunlight, the shading, their districts are. And I'm afraid coloured maps and 1,000-page city council documents are not doing it. So illustrations. Here's a piece of Te Aro. St Peter's Church. How many know St Peter's Church? Right, beautiful bit of architecture from 1879, along with Wesley Church and the Presbyterian St John's up further up Willis Street. And this church has been at the middle of the big urban drift out of Te Aro. Pre-First World War, there were about 15,000 people living in Te Aro, and it was an area that was regularly assessed as being slum territory, and there were indeed some serious outbreaks of disease. The post First World War solution was to zone it industrial and move people out to the Hutt Valley, etc. Now, ironically, since 1990, since those zones have enabled residents, the population is back up around the 15,000 mark. And this site of St Peter's was, for a long period, dominated by being an off-ramp to the motorway, which is not a great kind of place to have a church or anything, with the constant stream of cars down there. It's had a rebirth as a result of the motorway exit being shifted a bit further away. And I was part of, this took 15 years, and this is a reminder just how long developments take, to find the right kind of development which could use that piece at the top, which shows what it was like. Big car park and a 2-story concrete building that we as a trust built. I pushed that because I thought that was bad stewardship for a church. I think you are part of the stewardship process for the city, and I think you need to rein in over enthusiasm which has come from some councillors. What made this proposal feasible was the design work and multiple goes at it with the architects and with the developer, in this case Stratum, Craig Stewart, and a park in the middle, some green space which enabled the church and the community nearby, and creation of 150 apartments which are in the mid-range, so contributed significantly towards housing in that area. And further down the road, Willis Bond, just in the process of opening a 100 apartment development. Victoria Street is an example of concentration on a locality and doing it properly. And it's a rare example, sadly, in Wellington. And here's a bit of the process. 2014, it had the benefit of coinciding with the rush at central government level to do something special for the Anzac Memorial in 2015 and build Pukeahu Park, which is I think it's a major success. It's one of the greatest urban successes in Wellington recently. The other big ones has been that long-running waterfront development. Now they both take a long time. They take a focus on particular sites. They need a lot of planning. They do not have the upzone and hope strategies. And here's the result of something like 13 million council money went into that process, and I don't know how much they got from central government, but it was clearly enabled by the money that went into the road networks. Now, there'll be arguments over some of these buildings, but there's about 1,000 houses, 1,000 apartments, which is true walking distance and has helped enliven and keep businesses going in one of the most character friendly areas of Wellington and New Zealand, Cuba Street. They're a short walk from the Cuba Street cafes. They're a major part of keeping the city alive and interesting. Meanwhile, I'm afraid we have a city council which keeps getting reports and commissioning reports. They've had Gail from Denmark and his team several times over nearly 20 years, and they've done next to nothing about improving green space in a population area which has been the fastest growing probably in the country, or maybe parts of central Auckland are the same. And you look at the amount of green space there, it's trivial, and it does not rank with best practice internationally. And just as a personal aside in terms of the St Peter's development, I'm afraid the council was full of silos, very difficult to deal with. There was a promise of some development money which then disappeared. And as the ultimate insult, once we got the project finished, we have subsequently been paying rates on green space worth about $1 million in effect of a church gift to the city, and the city council charges as rates. Go figure in terms of their strategy and their ability to cross silos. Now here's a point about why we have some serious brownfields issues. That site, which I believe was underused from a stewardship point of view, which St Peter's was running car parks, is now returning rates of 450,000, 290 per square metre. Just down the road are a couple of Wilson car parking type offerings, which they bought 10, 20 years ago at some lowish rate. But look at the rates they're paying, at 1/10. And you've got that repeated right across the city. Brownfields are being fostered by the capital rating system as opposed to rating on unimproved value. There's an area for target. Here are some more of them. Here's where the targeting should be, and I've got no doubt that the McGuinness Group would be right into some of these with the right collaboration with both central and local government authorities. Top of Tory Street, owned by the Chow brothers. They bought that very cheaply. It's run for big box retail, which is a complete waste of land in the heart of a valuable inner city land. Look at their rates, very low. They have car parks everywhere. That could be a significant housing development with the right kind of entrepreneurial and deal-making capacity in the City Council. Same with large chunks of Cambridge Terrace. And you look at the New World Supermarket, which is one of the failures, I'm afraid, of, we have one person here who was on the Land Harbour Development Scheme. It may not have been in your time, but I understand it was a major failure of selling that far too cheap at about 2,000 to New World. You look at the land value now, you look at what a waste of central city land. The supermarket can be built into, can be part of the bottom couple of floors of a major housing development. There's another case where proper development initiative is needed. Now, my last point, and then there's a couple of slides here which make this about the real impact of six-storey housing in zoning and this so-called walking distance planning. That piece on the right is what triggered, it was one of the triggers for the protection of zoning and guarding against developments like Melksham Towers and Arthur Williams. Anyone here remember Arthur Williams? Right. Well, that's the kind of character that this City Council's loose planning could unleash on this poor city again. And Arthur built that with the zoning which enabled him to do it in the early 70s. It is now an earthquake risk. 50 years on, I'm afraid Arthur would have built for the shortest time possible to recoup his money. And there's a series of those around the city which date from the same kind of period. We do not want a plan which is going to unleash for the next 40, 50 years a whole series of the equivalent of leaky building disasters through.
Sorry to stop you in mid-flow, but can what's the address of that?
That is that's the corner of Brougham and Ellis Street. And you'll see how much it shades what remains of Victorian heritage behind. And it demolished what were quite an attractive group of Victorian era houses. And I, as part of my annoyance of this whole process, I helped fund an architect student over summer to do some blocks, which I think ought to have been a matter of course in terms of information provided by the City Council. You look at the impact of there, 3 6-storey buildings along Austin Street, completely inappropriate. Arrow Street, even more inappropriate. There's what 6 stories looks in a place that's already starved for sun. Arrow Valley, if the engineers and the motorway people of the 1960s and early 70s had had their way, would have been totally redeveloped with Arthur Williams style buildings in a vast motorway to Karori. That was part of the plan. Thankfully, there were enough angry Arrow Street residents who stopped that. And one more, here's one which would be very visible from the skyline, from the Waitangi Park, which itself was a citizen reaction against over building that was proposed at one stage. And there's what 6-storey buildings would look like in one of the most iconic and most photographed parts of Wellington on those hillsides. And the blocking out of the town belt is part of the background of Wellington, which makes the city very distinctive. And here's what the sunshine would happen to the sunshine of that neighbourhood. What a disaster in the making.
Can I just ask, just to clarify, all these locations are outside character areas?
Yeah. Right. Yep.
I thought you were going to sing us a song. I'm waiting there. Yeah, why don't you?
The chair will.
we all know the word.
You could bet there'll be plenty, and I've read the submissions. There are about 100. I've read through your 500 submissions, and there are about 120 which are saying similar things to me. You are in for a very major backlash from people who want the rhetoric and the poetry turned into sensible prose, please. So I'm just going to go back and put this on my opening slide. In a summary, that's it. If you've got space for me to come back at later times and you think I've got some expertise to offer, I don't want this plan going through as it is. I think it's a near disaster for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. That lightning presentation. The two questions from me. The first, for an observation. We are, of course, charged with making recommendations in the form of the district plan. The council's rating policy has a separate jurisdictional base, and as far as I'm aware, has no relationship with the district plan. Is that an angle that we can take up? Can you explain to us how, as what I've just said was my understanding of the legal position, but can you explain to us the interrelationship between the district plan and the rating policy? And
Well, I think that's part of the silo problem of City Council and government generally. But I'm sure you must have any other matters provision as part of your engagement. And I think if you that is an issue which, as I understand, the council can take its own initiative on. It's a matter of having special rating zones. They do that the equivalent with the business district ratings schemes. There's Kilburney's one of them that, or Haitata, I think as well. So they can differentiate the ratings. And that can make a huge impact on the incentives sent to those who would just sit in land bank and run car parks.
the second question I put to an earlier witness, that you observed that the National Policy Statement for Urban Development is a blunt instrument. My comment was, well, you might well think that, and we couldn't possibly comment, but from our point of view, we're required to implement it. And it directs, like you've given us pictures, well, what would 6 stories in non-character areas look like? And the issue partly is, do we have the power to do anything about it, given the direction of the NPSUD?
Well, I can't speak on that issue, but bad legislation will be unimplementable. I mean, that would be my conclusion from a PhD on control mechanisms. I think that's bad legislation. It was rushed. It was done in far too much hurry. The submissions were ignored. I don't think it will stay. It will last the distance. Christchurch and Auckland cities have pushed back far more effectively than Wellington City, which has had a slight majority of Labour and Green councillors who have basically got in bed with the initiators of that legislation. So I hope as independent commissioners you have in any other matters set of recommendations, and that will be one of them that you will have a go at.
Commissioners,
Thank you for that. A very interesting traverse through your time in Wellington and some of the observations you made. I'm interested in you talking about St Peter's and what that site has been through in the past, the overall site, if you like. Trying to look at the most inner recesses of my memory, but wasn't the St Peter's site also subject to transferable development rights at the time? And just an explanation, basically you can sell off your airspace and you transfer that to another site. You can get a bonus over and above what they could do as of right. So, and it's not a mechanism which is used now in Wellington. But something like that in terms of heritage protection, preservation, so forth, that a mechanism which could be looked at in the future or part of this process. I'm just interested in your observations. If you were around at the time, you remember, I know that it was probably towards 30 years ago, 25 to 30 years ago.
It was just prior to the '87 crash, and I do have a story there that was St Peter's and St John's were both into that type of development, and St John's had fast decision processes and lawyers, and I think it might have been Chase Corporation was the one that bid $4 million for it, for the transferable rights above St John's, and they got them just before Chase got sent into bankruptcy. St Peter's had Anglican processes which are far slower, and ended up with only 300,000. So we learned that in God's Presbyterian.
The Presbyterians are a bit quicker with it.
Yeah, that money has helped St John's. You can look at the condition of St John's. It's in much better condition than St Peter's.
Thank you very much. I think presentation plays a number of
any percent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Norman. As I say, a fascinating discussion. We appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us.
All the best with that challenge of the intricate B mass, minor mass systems.
Indeed. We're a little bit ahead of time, but we'll stop now and break for morning tea, and we'll restart when the next submitter arrives. We have someone to.
Hi, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I came in an email. I've got it here.
This, so the church that's, that's like, yeah, and that, and but I mean, like, this,
Yes.
and that's what they do.
We should note this as the one and only time we'll probably finish ahead
Yeah.
of our schedule rather than late.
I think we might be going into the evening tonight.
I don't think so.
That's up Wellington Street, that's still done with.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Freya.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Freya?
Yes.
Is it sound on?
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll resume the hearing. Mr. Kelliher, I presume.
Yes.
Over to you.
Okay.
Please proceed.
So you're not looking at the presentation. Okay, I just want to start with quoting from a recent article by Gregor Thompson. It's a reminder about what's at stake. Wellington's housing stock is predominantly timber buildings due to the material's ability to flex in earthquakes. And the density of housing in the inner city suburbs is higher than other cities, meaning the sections are generally narrower and houses closer to one another. These qualities, married with the fact that many houses are on steep sections, creates a townscape pattern that is recognisably Wellingtonian. The only other place you'll find this combination of charming attributes is in another culturally vibrant, progressive and earthquake-prone city, San Francisco. So my submission relates to Mount Victoria specifically, the removal of the pre-1930s non-demolition rule, reduction protection character, with just 38% of what it is currently. So I'm focused on Mount Victoria as I live there, and it's probably the most iconic character suburb of Wellington. But the logic of my argument can be applied to other inner city suburbs. There is strong support from residents for the city's unique character and heritage, and the character precincts are vital to help protect it. So the district plan reduces character protection in the inner city suburbs, including Mount Vic, to just small pockets, approximately 2/3 of the previously designated areas. The key reasons given by the council are the government mandates, the MPS and the MDRS, that high density developments required in these areas to meet expected population demand over the next 30 years. I will show there's already sufficient development capacity in the inner city suburbs, and there's strong expert evidence by Boffa and widespread public support for expanding the character precincts from what's proposed. Finally, adequate infrastructure should be the first priority when it comes to intensification, and the current core state of Wellington's infrastructure and lack of a concrete plan to upgrade it is at odds with widespread densification. So the decision I request is that to increase the protection of Mount Victoria's pre-1930s character precincts to 76%. That's the Boffa figure, rather than 38% proposed. So also wish to address the strategic objectives, the related strategic objectives by the council that justify and support the removal of character protections. That relates to sufficient land capacity and well-functioning infrastructure. And I'll talk about the strong support for character and heritage in the next presentation or hearing too. So Boffa they're actually commissioned by the council themselves to undertake a stock take of the pre-1930s character areas, including a review of on-the-ground character. The important thing is that they individually assessed every property to determine the level of integrity and cohesiveness of character, and identified that 76% of Mount Vic's pre-1930 properties were either primary or contributors. So really it makes sense
to retain areas not only of the primary house, but also the contributory, because they together create that sense of character. Therefore, these areas should be a qualifying matter. And I know it's important with qualifying matters to individually assess houses, and this report did that. And one of the key aspects was the definition of character. So the council, they defined and confirmed that with Boffin-Miskell, and they used the same definition of character in the residential design guide. And in terms of further support for Boffin-Miskell came from the council themselves, and they backed the idea of expanding the character areas during the spatial plan stage, which was later voted down by the councillors, not just because people asked for it in their submissions, but was based on the review of the evidence of Boffin-Miskell. So they went back over Boffin-Miskell. And I just want to read you what they said about that from the council officers. This is in June 21. They said the pre-1930s character area review completed by Boffin-Miskell was used as the basis for this further work. Our review work cross-reference with submissions has resulted in some additional sites being recommended for inclusions in the character precincts because of their consistent character value. So that's what the officers said themselves. So I want to move on to housing capacity and then finish with infrastructure. And it really is the sky is the limit. First thing to note is the population figures. Stats New Zealand population growth projections the next 30 years are around half of those used by the council. So I'm not sure where the council got their figures from. So even the councils, and the other really important thing to remember is that gets, these 50,000, 80,000, it's like something's different, something's changed. Well, it hasn't really, because even the council's higher population projections are no different from previous recent comparable periods. And population has been accommodated under the existing operative plan. So we've had these sorts of population increases in previous 30-year periods, and we've accommodated it. So what's new? So just looking at the numbers themselves and trying to make them as simple as possible. So without enabling any further intensification under the National Policy Statement or the MDRS, there's actually only a shortfall. These are the council's own figures of 340 houses a year. And crucially, for my arguments around inner city, there's no projected housing shortfall for the next 30 years. So what's the problem we're trying to solve here? But yet, the draft district plan, the MDRS, allows for a theoretical additional capacity of 138,000 to solve what problem? So just taking those numbers a little bit further, we have the 138. You can see the big bar here, and of course that's reduced to allow for all sorts of tolerances, so commercial and realisable feasibility. So it reduces down to 47,000. Now that's the thing is that's the additional capacity over and above the operative plan, allowing for commercial and realisable. Now, the problem we're trying to solve is this 10,000 houses shortfall of 340 a year. So we're trying to solve it with 5 times the amount, So it's not compatible. It's not compatible with the council's own strategic objectives of enabling sufficient land development. Clearly, that's way more than sufficient. And risks the unnecessary destruction of Wellington's character and heritage. So there is an enormous price that would be paid. I just want to move on to infrastructure, lastly. In terms of the strategic objectives around infrastructure, the council themselves say that growth needs to be enabled and sufficiently serviced by infrastructure. Enabled and sufficiently serviced. And the NPS talks about adequate development infrastructure. So, but I mean, given the poor state of waters infrastructure in Wellington, the lack of a concrete plan, allocated funding, and a time frame, because I haven't seen that. There's no talk about that. Inadequate infrastructure must be a qualifying matter that meets the above strategic objectives. And if we don't know this by now, then you know, I'd be flabbergasted with what's happened the last few months with the Auckland floods and Cyclone Gabriel. Just a quote from a lecturer at the University in Auckland around the Auckland floods. She said, if we have the density, we need to have the infrastructure, not the other way around. We need the infrastructure first. That's what she was saying. And Chris Hipkins was talking about Cyclone Gabriel and said that there's just no question that we can't continue the way we have been going. We're going to see more of these types of weather events, so we have to be prepared. It might not be here, it might be in other parts of the country. So we're going to have to look very closely at how we get a resilient infrastructure as possible. So that's the Prime Minister saying that. And resilient infrastructure costs a lot of money. And Wellington Water assessed the upgrade costs in Wellington per dwelling. And this was a year or two ago, and I'm sure these costs will be a lot more now, but they talked about $200,000 per dwelling in Mount Vic to do it properly, and over $500,000 in Thorndon. So just lastly on infrastructure, what I find the most most ironic twist with it is that the council is saying inadequate infrastructure is actually being used by the council to justify overcapacity. So what they're saying is this surplus capacity may be necessary to buffer to shield sufficiency against changes in market conditions and potential constraints in infrastructure. So they're saying there should be more capacity because there are the constraints. Well, should it, you know, that's putting the cart before the horse, isn't it? The way it should be done is, you know, complete a full infrastructure assessment, devise a concrete infrastructure upgrade plan, including contingencies, allocate funding, and commit to a time frame. And just only then create a housing intensification plan, not the other way around. And again, you know, by doing this, by creating this overcapacity, then you're, you know, unnecessarily threatening Wellington's character and heritage. So just to finish up, an enormous upzoning has been created and the district plan will be unlikely demand, which will result in developers. And this is all for developers. They'll cherry pick the most profitable sites and are unlikely to be to result in affordable housing. By creating such a large area of potential building sites, which will be dispersed, it will mean dispersed infrastructure. It'll be costly and likely to take many years and at the expense of risking the city's character and heritage that is recognisably Wellingtonian and blighted. And sadly, it will be for no good reason. I mean, there are really good alternatives in Mount Vic's case around densification is going to be done around Kent, Home, Hania, Cambridge terraces. They're along main transport routes. You can concentrate the infrastructure, concentrate the development, plus you can rejuvenate what are pretty rundown areas. We had a public meeting in Mount Vic and that was very heavily supported. And I just want to mention a petition that I helped organise, and I took around Mount Vic and we got about 800 signatures. and I must have knocked on about 500 doors, which is a pretty interesting experience. And about half those, interestingly, about half those people that signed that petition were tenants. And that corresponds pretty much with the mix. There's about 60% tenants and 40% owner occupiers in Mount Vic. And the thing is, they like character, like other owner occupiers. Sun, you know, the small gardens, the community. I mean, I'm a property manager, and I know most people looking at Mount Vic are people that have lived in the city. They just want to be close to the city. They want someone a bit more residential, that sort of thing. So the thing is, they like it in the same way an owner occupier will. But you know what? When the developers come, they'll be the first ones to lose their flats, and they'll have to move out of the area. So I think it's been assumed that they're the people that are wanting all this development. In fact, actually, they could be the most disadvantaged. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelliher. The initial thought that I had listening to your presentation is that you're making a case on the framework that was in the previous NPSUD, and that we now have, and around meeting demand, and we now have these mandatory directions about areas where we must enable high density development, focusing on walkable catchments where qualifying matters are really the only exception, and if it's not on the list of nominated qualifying matters, you need a site-by-site assessment.
That's what often the school does.
And I was going to say that I was interested that your description of offers thought that it was site-by-site, and it also needs to achieve certain other things. But on a larger, we've got as I say, we've got these mandatory directions with very limited exceptions. And so the question is, how can we pilot our way through following the legislative instruction? Because I was listening and I was thinking, this is what you would do if you had a blank page.
Yeah. It's not wishful thinking, because if there's wishful thinking, I would say don't touch it, because you don't need to. And that's why I said 78%, because that was based on Boffin-Miskell, and that was site by site, and the council, they commissioned that report. And where's their site by site report? You know, where's the council site by site report? Well, the thing I would say, you know, you've been mandated by the government. Okay, why do we have a council? Why don't we just do away with the council? Just be run by central government. So mandated, yes, that, you know, that this is what they're looking to do. So as you say, you've got to come up with good reasons. Well, to me, the two key things are Boffin-Miskell in terms of site by site and what they did. And the other thing is there are alternatives in Mount Vic that people support. Again, when I went around with a petition, consistently if people mentioned an alternative, they mentioned Kent Terrace, Cambridge Terrace, Hania Home down there, where you could actually really add value. And that's all on a flat area, all by the bus routes and the rest of it. So, you know, if you think about, to me, that's what I would be if I was on the council, really looking, trying to represent the residents. Then that's what I would be angling for, because that's reasonable and that's rational. And I know the government at a higher level, they have to make grand plans, and but it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's not nuanced. And what a council should be doing, other people on the ground, listening to the residents, because this is what the residents are saying. And I would have more personal experience than I think anyone on the council, with knocking on so many doors and talking to so many people and looking through their houses and really understanding it from their perspective. And like I say, the majority are actually tenants. And this is, this hasn't been well represented. Wellington's inner city suburb is a very diverse neighbourhood. It's not like Ponsonby or Parnell, that sort of thing. In Mount Cook, for instance, there's over 70% of tenants. Other people that live there, not these sort of, as it's projected, these privileged people. I wouldn't live there. I mean, I like the diversity. I think most people do. We've got something unique here. But anyway, that's
starting at far right.
Just one question of clarification. I think on your slide 9, quoting some figures from
it's interesting. It's I've actually got the table. There's a table, a bar graph. Yeah, that's probably in my notes here somewhere. It's at Wellington Water. You see that the top one is clearly drawn to $500,000 per dwelling.
Yeah.
Can you copy, send the hearing administrator an email, electronic copy of that document?
Yeah. I think I've got the full report somewhere as well.
If you've got the full report, if you could send that to our hearing coordinator, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah.
David?
Thank you, Mr. Kelliher. My questions were very much along the line of the chair's. In fact, just wonder whether he's been reading my notes. He grabbed one of my earlier questions, Mr. Norman, too, word for word. So, but that's probably why he's the chair and I'm not. I understand your frustration. I hear it very clearly in terms of a central down approach to local authorities to achieve housing outcomes. And what I'm hearing, though, is that you're encouraging the panel to exercise the discretion that exists in relation to applying qualifying matters in relation to heritage and character.
Yeah,
yes, and that you believe the side-by-side assessment that was commissioned by the council from Wellington provides enough level of detail to exercise that discretion.
Yes. And I think they do, because they use that report themselves. The planners did, to increase the amount of character, increase the character area, because it went down to about 30-something%. They increased it back to 50 because they got submissions along those lines. Plus they used the Bothaniscal, but the councillors in their own wisdom pushed that back down to 30 odd.
Okay. Presumably, will you be attending subsequent hearings to talk about the spatial extent of the character areas?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I won't go there at this stage then. But given the focus of this hearing is largely on strategic objectives and walkable catchments, I did notice that one of your earlier slides, you indicated that there were a couple of strategic objectives that you would like to see altered. You mentioned that. I can't remember the slide number. Are you able to identify what those objectives are and what the alterations might be? Because they are setting the framework for assessing the appropriateness of matters like the spatial delineation of character areas.
Yeah, well, it's like I say, it's around, they talk about adequate infrastructure, etc.
Yes.
Clearly, council admit themselves that they're not going to provide adequate infrastructure. That they don't believe they have the capacity to do that.
Yes, I've got that chapter in front of me. There are 6 notified and one additional objective proposed as part of the officer's report. Is there any particular objective you'd point us to? Sorry for you on the spot. But,
Yeah, no, I mean, I had to sort of go back into my notes. And,
Okay.
I mean, because I just really summarised those objectives. And there was one around capacity and you know, about providing sufficient land development. That's how I got it quoted. Obviously, that's part of a wider objective, and I have.
okay.
I mean, I do have them here, the actual objectives.
Yeah, I mean,
just looked at.
O2 talks about new urban development occurring in locations that are supported by sufficient development capacity, or where this is not the case, the development can meet the infrastructure costs.
So yeah, the sufficient land development was around the capacity.
Yes.
And around the infrastructure was required future growth and development to be enabled and sufficiently serviced.
Yes, got that.
That was yeah, SCA.
Yes. And you support that?
Sorry.
You support the wording of those?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that, you know, if you're going to build new development, say on a greenfield site,
Yes.
what's the first thing to do?
Yep.
Why should it be any different in the inner city?
Okay. So those objectives under the infrastructure go to your thesis about put the infrastructure in first, or at least be assured it can be put in place before you do the intensification. That was the thesis that you put.
Yeah, yeah. They talk about perhaps getting the developer to do that, but
yes.
They talk about a holding tank, and a sump. A sump. So those things are only part of the infrastructure, because it has to then be piped. There's a holding tank, it has to be piped somewhere. There has to be a plant that processes it. And so those things have to be done as well. So you can get the developer to do the stuff on site, but you still got to do the rest of it.
Yes. Look, I appreciate these are planning questions to you, but there are a couple of other key chapters on strategic objectives. One's on heritage, and the others on urban form and development. Have you by chance had a chance to look at those? And
no, I was thinking that would be more appropriate for the next round.
Well, yes and no. I mean, this hearing's focused squarely on those objectives. We're very keen to hear people's opinions on them, because that will influence the provisions that sit underneath them that are subject to the remaining hearings.
Yeah,
if you haven't done it though, that's
because you are looking at those strategic objectives.
Yeah.
My main thing was at least to get hold of a couple of them, just to reinforce the point that I don't need those. I could probably have ticked off a number of other ones. Yeah. It wouldn't take me long to do that.
Okay. Look, I'll leave it there, Mr. Keller.
It's around overcapacity in numbers and inadequate infrastructure, basically.
Mr. Kelliher, I'm sure that I will hear a lot from you in later streams, and I will save the questions that would have come up here for that. The only question that I would have is, will you have that Waka report as part of your evidence in later streams?
Yes, I will.
Right. Thanks very much.
I think that's it from us. Thank you very much, Mr. Kelliher. We appreciate your time, your input, and we'll look forward to seeing you in those other later streams.
Oh, just actually one little aside. I'm just doing a photography course at night school, and we were showing some photos that people particularly like, and there's one near in Arrow Valley in 1974 by quite a well-known photographer. Anyway, there's these kids playing on the street, and I don't know, that it looks like a water leak. It's kind of
This is not much has changed. The only difference is the car.
Yeah, that's true.
That Ms. Watson in the back?
Yes, it is. Hi.
It's been and gone.
Well, we're running a little ahead of time, but if you're ready to go, we're ready to hear you.
Okay.
Over to you. We have this earlier pre-circulated, which we're
Okay.
so
And you've got my slides. They'll come up. Got hard copies.
we've got
Yep,
hard
yep.
copies.
Okay, so I've just basically it's similar to what I extra. So yeah, my name's Hilary Watson and I've lived in and beer and ball for 2. We brought our kids up in Newtown and they are forever grateful for the social and physical environment that they had. So number 1 point, density will work if it is focused and well planned. One of the positive aspects of the NPSUD is that it promotes the development of more compact and connected urban areas. Density is good, done well, but by allowing developers open slather to build 6 stories in an unplanned way, scattered through 72% of Newtown, contrary to the objective of providing a livable world. Other submitters are presented on the effects of shade from 6-story buildings on low-rise neighbourhoods. Norman, and others, including Newtown Residents Association. And others. So I've seen Newtown grow to become a lovely, livable, well-functioning, interesting community over the years. It needed more people, and it still does. In the late 70s and 80s, the effects of inappropriate zoning were disastrous. The hospital zoning covered blocks and blocks from Main Street south, based on erroneous population predictions. Houses as neglected rentals got run down or demolished, or ambulance stations, plumbers' yards and the like. When the hospital adjusted its future plans, the area was rezoned residential. New medium density flats, 2 to 3 stories only, were built. The Newtown population grew and its town centre has really come alive. So we've seen wave after wave of migrants from various parts of the world settle. It's now a mixed, vibrant community, humming with people on the street and in the cafes, book shops, second-hand book shops, the library, the church-run community support places, and food from many cultures. There aren't any women's clothes shops or hardware stores anymore, but it has morphed into something very different and much more interesting. But with over upzoning and the proposed development plan, so yeah, the development left to the market and the scattering it through low-rise areas, the present diverse population will be displaced. It's only high-income people will be able to afford apartments. So Newtown would benefit from increased medium density and high-rise and specified areas, carefully planned, but it has over upzoned Newtown. And the population prediction figures don't support the need to upzone as much as 70% of the suburb, and Phil will have mentioned that. I support Jane O'Loughlin's Wellington oral submission that using tools like walkable catchments
qualifying matters to limit high density to more closely resemble forecast population. Just a point about walkable catchments, I think it's turning out to be a confusing concept, open to many interpretations in terms of why you walk and what the terrain is like, etc. In Newtown, I could walk for 15 minutes to my place and end up in John Street. And hello, this is zone CBD, but here I am looking at VTNZ, bow repairs, a mechanic and a windscreen repair place. And it's another 30, probably 40 minutes walk to get to the city proper. So perhaps in Newtown, a much better concept than walkable catchment is to use a qualifying matter of character precincts. Follow Boffin-Miskell's recommendations as I have put in my submission to the proposed district plan. Walkable catchments make no sense when there's no mass rapid transport yet, and the actual CBD is an hour's walk away. So look at what we have of value and keep it, and work out where density will fit in our special and different coverage. So next point, take a step-by-step approach to Newtown. Choose land that's currently underutilised and suitable for high rise along the main road of Newtown Shopping Centre. Create incentives and use planning measures for development to go here as a first stage. Newtown needs a local planning approach, like any other place. Spot zoning is being used as a term here. So a carefully thought out special town centre should be created to retain character and heritage while incorporating high density. Then I've got a slide, that one, which is showing vacant land used as car parks, and actually, sorry, I did one of them twice. And those, the ones of the two top ones are the streetscape of shops, which are low rise and could have high rise behind them, or medium and then high. We would like it if Red Designs and Newtown Residents Association Town Centre planning for Newtown puts more density along here. There's only one block back into the suburb was adopted. There are enough dwellings for 2,000 people in that plan, and it retains the historic character of the Wellington Street shops. Lake Street currently PVP is zone heritage rather than 6 stories, which is limiting the possibility of just where it should be, and limiting the possibility of anything happening. It's so scruffy and run down. There's uncertainty about the future, and people have difficulty getting consent, building consents, because of the huge process through the heritage. So higher buildings could be mixed in with the historic shops. And this is an example of a new development, which is yep. Okay, so that's on the corner of and Emmett. And this Peter Noble's he's got building consent for this. So it's a nice combination of retaining faithfully those two on the corner and building medium density behind. He hasn't started yet. It was a hugely expensive consent process to negotiate that for heritage. But he's also got another really good plan here south on Whittaker Street, the Moon Bar, and a very derelict building on the corner, which is, he just doesn't have the heart, I suppose, or the money to go through at the moment. But if there were incentives somehow to speed this happening, it would set the ball rolling for other people in the area to do developments. None of the big rich people, they own, most of the places are owned by individual little groups or families, and they would love to proceed. Okay.
Can I ask a question before you move on?
Yeah, sure.
So what you're saying is you support that?
Yeah, you support that. So
that the change from that top one to that bottom one is what you support?
Yes, because it's a difficult, I mean, it doesn't really represent what the old buildings look like in the bottom one. It's a sketch, but they're the same. Like they are being restored.
And what you said earlier about even going higher,
Yep.
you know, so if that was to go higher than what it is at the back, the bottom one, you'd support that.
Yeah, probably
Right,
not
yeah,
six maybe, but
No, no,
yeah,
no,
that's
yes.
under the present zoning, so that's
Yeah,
been allowed.
Yeah. Thank
But
you. I just
yeah,
wanted to get that clarity before you
sure.
moved off that photo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Martin and Anna's redesign
Yeah.
puts a lot of high stuff. I mean, so, but obviously you'd okay, so I might skip over the bit about houses and gardens because I'm running out of time. But James Rose, I think, covered a lot of stuff about that. Green blanket, Newtown, which is largely made up of backyard gardens, and so important to retain to mitigate flooding and all the store carbon and everything like that. So I'll just skip over that and I'll go to just get back to Adelaide Road. So we could put Steve Dunn, I think, just argued in his submission about creating incentives to build on underutilised land. We have a design guide that focuses on Adelaide Road. So there we could go to, that's the correlate, yeah. Page 2. Oh, I didn't show you that one. Go back to the hospital. Oh, that's another plan for Rutherford Street, a fanciful idea, which I know Martin and Anna are included in their thing, but it's just in Copenhagen where there's housing and car parks. It is 1/3 residences and 2/3 parking. Parking's connected to the street and the housing gets sunlight, fresh air and a view, and that itself faces north-west if it was in Newtown. Because 10,000 people come every day to work, get treatment or visit patients at Wellington Regional Hospital. Not all of them take public transport or cycle, so if they live there. So there, that's just an idea. So okay, going to no, next. Well, that's the Newtown Basin, the green. That's happened over 40 years. It wasn't like that when I first came, but people have planted gardens, and the council put in street planting programs, an urban renewal office, and free architectural advice for like the old homes. The government gave loans, and the government people planted, and the streets are planted and speed humps are put in. So lovely urban renewal, which would be wrecked with random high rises. The Kamara Park is which I've objected to the zoning on that because it put 6 stories on the part of the north and the west, bordering directly on that, which has no sun. Anyway, that was in that section about gardens and parks. So now to the related. Oh yeah. The next one then the Yep. So instead of down old houses and destroy gardens, go to make developments in areas that are vacant, unplanted and underutilised, like large parts of Adelaide Road. There's a couple of them. There's a hire place and a business that has a massive car parking, and there's others as well. So the density required for the increased population would be adequate for 2 house people without going and without overzoning Newtown. So in 2008, after thorough consultation with the community, a vision of Adelaide Road as a pleasant, bustling, high-rise residential area with green spaces, cafes and retail was produced by the Wellington City Council. Nothing much has happened. The streets lined with low-rise, mainly car-related businesses. However, it's starting to happen that the Wellington Company just completed this lovely new apartment block of 93 units. But why would other developers follow suit under the proposed zoning if they can more easily acquire properties in 73.2% of Newtown? 6 stories and upwards there. This is the argument for incentives. Different zoning. There's a kind of order development in Main Street and Adelaide Road, which is currently a car park, which is a welcome move, but seemingly only possible because it is a government-funded project. An issue with the district plan as regards Adelaide Road is the height requirement is at least 6 stories. So I understand you're not allowed to build lower under the new, except in exceptional circumstances. I'd suggest that the vision of Adelaide Road should not necessarily be a Hong Kong or Singapore-like avenue of tower blocks, but varied heights. High, yes, and medium. And provision for green open spaces and requirements to provide planting. Agree with Steve Dunn that quality street environments and green infrastructure need to be built into the plan, not left to random. His issue with Stacks, the new furniture store at a low-rise building being a lost opportunity, could be seen as an advantage. That's just newly renovated and really nice, and at least it's not a car servicing business. The owner's done attractive planting, and being low, it means that the high-rise City Mission building under construction behind it, to the east of it, will still get the western sun. So provision for sunlight is just as important in high-rise as low-rise, in high-rise areas as low-rise. So Wellington City Council should use the NPSUD and zoning and the PDP to create incentives for development in places like the Adelaide Road and the main streets of Newtown. Land not built on and airspace not used should be taxed. I think Richard Dorman's oral submission covered that issue. So, thank you.
Thank you. One preliminary question from me, Ms. Watson. First of all, though, thank you for the time you put into your discussion. We appreciate your input. Talking about walkable catchments, and you talking, well, you could walk, I think I was writing it down, you could walk 15 minutes to John Street, and then where would you be?
Yeah.
How often would you, or the people that you know, actually walk into the central city? Is that what people do?
Sometimes, not many though, no. I suppose I mean it shouldn't be CBD because it forces our zoning, our high rise to be near it just because it's been named CBD. But if CBD was, say, down Kensington, Cambridge, high rise quite so far into our low rise area. It could be Adelaide Road the ideal, and they would be in a 10-minute walkable catchment.
As commissioners, any comment, any questions?
Yeah, I've just got quickly a couple. You live in Corona Avenue, and I know it, many might not, but it is a small street off Coromandel Street. How long does it take you to drop down the hill to, say, corner of Constable and Riddleford?
Maybe 15.
Okay.
So, could you say that again? Sorry.
15 minutes.
Okay. Because we had submissions on Kaingaroa yesterday, and there was a little bit of a focus on Newtown, and their position is to basically put a ring around Newtown town centre and have a 10-minute walking distance for significantly more development capacity than in the proposed district plan. So they go even further than the proposed district plan. And I recognise your position on that, but the whole walkable catchment area has been a focus of this hearing in the last 2 or 3 days.
Yes.
I just wondered, I think I know your response, but I think your reaction is to what has been notified is quite clear. My other question's about Adelaide Road, and I seem to remember a newspaper article a long time ago, 8 to 10 years ago, that went around New Zealand and looked at the 10 least visually appealing streets in New Zealand. Adelaide Road, in between John and the Basin, was one of the 10. I can't recall what the others were. It has been identified for a considerable period of time for in the area of intensification. I just wondered, with your local knowledge, it is the area where a number of car-related businesses go. And they service southern Wellington, parts of southeast. Where would they go? So people need to repair their car, get new tyres, those sorts of things which add to people living in a certain place. If it was all to go to it could go. I think the notified plan has a 42.5 metre height limit, which is 12 stories ish. So
Since they're driving their car, they're going to get a windscreen, they could drive it further away, maybe out the back of Tawa or somewhere.
Okay. Perhaps there was a little bit of an unfair question. Okay, thank you very much.
But also those businesses, some of them could be on the ground floor. Obviously, there's going to be businesses on the ground floor, and they only take one floor. They're just wasting all that airspace.
Thanks very much.
Justice, this side.
Ms. Watson, you have been showing us a slide very early on, which and you were saying that you would like to actually see the car parks removed. And I just wanted to clarify, do you mean the car parks as in car park buildings, or do you mean the on-ground car parks that?
Oh, just on-ground car parks that are taking up land that could be housing or business. Business on the ground and housing. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
There would, like, for example, that hospital idea was to have a car parking. Some cars do have to.
Yep. Yeah. The other question was, you said high rise is only for high income people. Can you elaborate on that? How you came to that conclusion?
I don't think developers are going to build something plain and cheap if they go 6 stories and up. They're going to build something pretty smart and durable, hopefully, and they're going to cost. There's some million each. One's down in Owen and Daniel did a new. Expecting everything, and they're not high, they're 3-story, but about $1 million. So people who typically live in Newtown in the lower income bracket, who are making their way, they're saving and all that, but they would not afford that, and they would not probably want that if they've got a family anyway. So there will be a lot of people in high rise though, because it's the social housing that's going up will be lower income people. But still an interesting, great community. But I think that the people who are renting, a lot of the people renting are students, but also families and new arrivals. It's just people on lower incomes whose houses would go, because they tend to be not as well done up as some of us who own our own. So they would go.
It's mainly, that statement you made is mainly focusing on people who buy their places rather than rent.
Yeah, the ones, exactly.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Watson, we really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
We have next Wellington Heritage Professionals. Perhaps starting point might be you better introduce yourselves.
Morena Koto. My name's Cherie Jacobson. I'm the director at Catherine Mansfield House and Garden, and I've got a Master of Museum and Heritage Studies. I'm a proud Wellingtonian. I'm Amanda Mulligan. I'm the advisor in Heritage at the Ministry for Culture and Heritage, but yeah, with a citizen hat on.
Morena, my name is Eva Forster. I'm a PhD candidate at Victoria University of Wellington School of Architecture, and also formerly worked as a senior heritage advisor at council.
I'm Jessa Stevens. I'm a National Lead for Built Heritage and Principal Conservation Architect at WSP, but I'm here again in my capacity, not as a representative, as a heritage person. And also
So yeah, we're here representing a group of 9 Wellington-based heritage practitioners. And as noted in our submission, we bring decades of heritage experience and expertise here in Wellington, nationally and internationally, as architects, archaeologists, consultants, local government heritage advisors, and central government policymakers. A number of us are members of ICOMOS New Zealand, so that's the International Council on Monuments and Sites, which is the home of the ICOMOS Charter for the Conservation of Places of Cultural Heritage Value, which means we're subject to the ICOMOS New Zealand Code of Ethics, and detailed information about our qualifications and experience, ours and the others that made the submission with us, are on pages 7 and 8 of our submission. So our submission reflects the understanding we have of the issues that surround the protection and conservation of Wellington's historic heritage. Wellington is obviously a harbour city with a compact CBD and distinctive weatherboard housing from the late 19th to mid 20th century, nestled in surrounding hills. Successful cities trade and capitalise on their distinctiveness. The people of Wellington have long understood this and have worked hard over many decades to identify and protect places with heritage and character values that contribute to Wellington's success. Our unique heritage and streetscapes are an integral part of what makes Wellington the coolest little capital city. We have on-the-ground experience of seeing our heritage diminished or lost due to current and past district plan provisions. The even more reductive nature of the proposed plan's approach to heritage and character is likely to lead to poor outcomes for Wellington. We think it's important to point out that we are not submitting to make the plan more advantageous for us personally or professionally. In any case, we don't think that the changes we're seeking will be any more advantageous to us than any other Wellington resident or business. We're submitting because we think that Wellington can do better at protecting heritage from inappropriate development so that it can reap the well-being and environmental rewards of heritage conservation. And these are outlined in Appendix 5 to our submission. So I'm going to hand over to Amanda now, and she's going to talk about a few other elements, and then we've got our expert witnesses.
So we wanted to raise with you some limitations to our evidence. We did attend the information session and we've had really good support from Jazz, the hearings coordinator, and from the friend of submitters. But as you may gather from the written evidence that we've commissioned and submitted, which addresses some definitions that we now realise are out of scope, we've not found it straightforward to engage with the hearings documents. So we only just became aware that we should have been looking at the notice of hearing, which sets out all of the topics that are in scope, and we've concentrated our efforts pretty much solely on the section 42A report. So the evidence we commissioned is solely based on what we found in the section 42 report that related to our submission number 4 and 2, plus the definitions we mistakenly thought were in scope. And so we didn't commission evidence on matters such as underutilised land and development capacity, which we now understand to be in scope for this hearing stream, because we found no reference in the Section 42A report or its appendices our submissions on those matters. We note that Heritage New Zealand, for example, have also only addressed matters in the Section 42A report in the evidence. We're really glad to see that other submitters, such as Live Wellington, are intending to address the other matters appearing in their oral presentation. And we would like to take this opportunity to direct you to where we've addressed the listed matters in our written submission. So firstly, on the growth approach to intensification and in our submission on the draft, we appended to our proposed district plan submissions. I hope that all the commissioners got that as well. We outlined our concern that despite being focused on enabling housing supply, we think the district plan is unlikely to solve Wellington's housing affordability problems. At paragraph 18 of our proposed district plan submission, we pointed out that there was a lack of evidence indicating that the existing heritage and character provisions in the district plan are affecting the housing market. The NPSUD required Wellington City Council to prepare a housing and business development capacity assessment with an analysis of how their planning decisions affect affordability in the local housing. The inaugural HBA was published in 2019 and it does not include any analysis of the impacts of heritage housing. I caught a little bit of Richard Norman's submission earlier, and it's good to hear other submitters advocating for more character, and he referred to the proper report and going back to the however, we would just point out that in our submissions, we find that the reductions proposed in that report are based on analysis as heritage professionals, because it focused on original built integrity rather than pre-1930s character. There are many buildings that even a casual observer can see in the character areas that have had alterations between their original construction and 1930 that contributes to pre-1930s character. In fact, two of us who contributed to the submission did a similar survey for Wellington City Council, where we concluded at the end that our analysis is flawed because we've taken the same approach. Secondly, on climate change and nature-based solutions, at paragraph 4 of our submission, we have noted that heritage and character can make significant contributions to Wellington's climate change goals, both by reducing emissions and waste and sustainable resource use, and mitigating the effects of climate change. Wellington cohesion and resilience. We addressed the points on change in some more detail on page 6 and 7 of our submission on the draft spatial plan. Finally, on local and community planning, we made our submission on the draft plan. We outlined our concerns that the council's efforts to engage the community on heritage and character have been inadequate. And in the same submission, we emphasise the benefits that a local community planning approach support. Finally, to matters that we did cover in our evidence of the strategic direction, we made submissions seeking a number of amendments to the introduction and various objectives in the strategic direction, because we think that these parts of the plan should acknowledge the important role that heritage and character play in Wellington. We considered the council's response to our submissions and the Section 42A report, and we now only at the 3 points of the evidence that we've commissioned from the people. And at this point, I will invite them to present the evidence. And as the council noted in their rebuttal, Teresa and Steve also signed our submission. Both signed our submission and are providing expert evidence that read and agreed to comply with the Environment Court expert witness. Welcome
I think just a point I made to earlier submitter who had addressed definitions that are not canvassed in the section 42A report. One of the benefits of having the full panel of 8 here is that among us will be the commissioners who hear the 42A authors' views on those definitions, and while the normal approach is that people respond to the 42A report, we don't have a problem with you getting your retaliation in first. It's an old idea, but it still works. So we'll certainly consider what you have to say and then weigh it against what we hear in the fullness of time in a later hearing stream from the 42A author.
Just extremely well prepared for hearing stream 3. Also.
Yes, indeed. Before you go on, I'll ask if anyone has any questions on.
Can I just, is that green light on that thing in front of you?
No.
So can you pull it a bit closer?
Yes.
Just for the live streaming people, because I don't see it quite right.
It's all right, we'll get louder as we go.
Any questions from Ms. Mulligan? Well, let's talk about your evidence, ladies.
We've worked on the basis that you've read all the evidence, so we're taking it as read.
Yes.
And essentially, we decided today that we would prefer to take questions that you had on that evidence rather than go through a lengthy presentation. We do have a couple of points to make with regards to our feedback for our submission on SCC 03, Sustainability, Resilience and Climate Change. And I'm happy to make those now, or we can take questions first. And
well, why don't you give us your views on that strategic objective, and then we'll ask you questions on the whole package.
For sure. So with regards to that particular strategic objective, we've noted reasons for rejecting our submission to include a statement to recognise environmental benefits of retaining buildings and conserving historic heritage are poor for multiple reasons. In our evidence, we have provided a range of different sources that support or demonstrate the environmental benefits of retaining existing buildings, which includes but is not limited to heritage or historic buildings. And the position that has been taken in the 42A report and in the rebuttal that the values of retention are largely social and cultural, and retention does not have substantial environmental benefits, is therefore an uninformed view, as evidenced by what we've presented and multiple other further studies that we could cite that have come up with similar results. The belief that increasing density, including replacing existing buildings, has greater environmental benefits is just that, it's a belief. And we don't feel that that position has been substantiated with supporting evidence at this time. The strategic objectives are also, as their name suggests, strategic. They are necessarily broad, and this has been acknowledged in the 42A report with the statement strategic objectives are not intended to contain exhaustive lists. So therefore, to reject our submission point to include a statement recognising the environmental benefits of retaining existing buildings on the grounds that it is largely unqualified or unspecific as to which buildings this recognition should provide benefit for is irrelevant. The specific application of the strategic objective will be, as with other strategic objectives, considered on a case-by-case basis in relation to specific resource management issue or a resource consent application, and balanced with other strategic objectives managed through the rules within the plan. We also note that the section 42A report and rebuttal does not make specific comment on including a statement about the environmental benefits specifically of conserving historic heritage. We believe that it is critical to acknowledge the importance of conserving historic heritage across the plan, all of the plan's strategic objectives. It is not a case of us picking out values that we consider to be most important. It is, as we have presented benefits of environmental benefits of retention of existing buildings. We've also presented evidence of the environmental benefits of conserving historic heritage. This position is backed up by studies that have been undertaken. And we provided some of those sources in our evidence. And as I've said before, there are also multiple others. We believe that the conservation of historic heritage is a value that the community seeks to be managed within the plan, and the strategic objectives should all reflect this accordingly. Although we acknowledge that some building stock may need to be removed to achieve other strategic objectives in the plan, we note that the intensification of our city and the retention of existing buildings are not necessarily mutually exclusive. For example, the utilisation of vacant property or property used for single-storey car parking, and by ensuring carefully considered development of sites, those sites that are vacant now, means that we do not have to necessarily lose existing building stock to intensify. Therefore, we don't believe that it is inconsistent to recognise the environmental benefits of retention while also seeking intensification.
Excellent, Tessa. I'd just like to add just some broad comment to that, coming again, as I will state that I'm coming from this as a parent, but also as a PhD candidate within a school that is researching building technologies and advancement. In the early 2000s as a parent, I was indoctrinated with the mantra of the eminent Bob the Builder. Can we fix it? To introduce children to the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle. Noting that reduction of waste and reuse are the first principles. Fast forward to now, and I'm surrounded by this discourse as a PhD candidate at Victoria University, Wellington, noting my research is not in this area, but that of my fellow colleagues is. And this time it's coming from lecturers and from researchers. There is a huge emphasis on following the, complying with life cycle analysis, looking at reducing, reusing, recycling, making a sustainable building future. And this is all research that's happening at the school, including new materials being developed, new processes being developed, but also like Rachel Pashalin's research, which is quoted in our submission, looking at with heritage how we can retrofit to basically make the buildings usable. So this is all research that's developing in that field based on the principle of a circular economy. And yes, as a country, we are developing better ways of recycling building materials and to develop materials that can be reused. But that would take some time to be implemented. But until the requirement to use better materials is enshrined in codes, and these are made and are affordable, we need to focus on reduction of building waste. Principle 1 of the circular economy, which should also be the focus of the Wellington City Council District Plan in the immediate future, is how can we reduce the amount of building waste and reuse some of the buildings, which is feeding into the sustainability principle. And again, beyond heritage, this is in general across the plan. And also, like Commissioner Robinson said about getting our shoe in first, about some of the definitions, I have prepared some talking notes on the definition of archaeological sites that I'd like to share with you. The current definition of archaeological site in the draft district plan will not achieve objective 1 in the historic heritage and sites of significance of Muaūpoko chapter, which is to ensure that significant building structures and sites that exemplify Wellington's historical cultural values are identified, recognised and protected. Heritage value for a scheduled building does not have an end date. So why should archaeological sites, which are part of our historic and cultural heritage, have an end date? The Heritage New Zealand Pohira Taonga Act is a separate act with a separate function to the RMA. In terms of the Heritage New Zealand Act, the content relating to archaeological sites pertains to the administration of the Archaeological Authority process, Part 3, Subpart 2. Given that Heritage New Zealand, the Act, is an instrument for the overarching protection of archaeological sites outside the RMA process, a clear definition needed to be applied. Hence, the inclusion of a cut-off date is a pragmatic approach in that Act. However, the RMA does not define archaeological sites, including archaeological values within the definition of historic heritage. Hence, leaving the interpretation and application of what an archaeological site is open and based on values. The regional policy statement for the Wellington region 2022. By not defining archaeological sites has also left the scope open for considering archaeological resources more broadly. Despite this, the default position within the RMA space, including within the drafting of the Wellington City Council District Plan, has also often been to adopt the definition of the Heritage New Zealand Act. The New Zealand Archaeological Association has recently recognised this default approach and has included a proposal within their submission on the Natural and Built Environments Bill and the Spatial Planning Bill submitted on the 19th of February to include a definition of archaeological sites, which is the same as that proposed by us in our submission, which is to drop the pre-1900 date. We therefore call for the same logical approach to be applied to the Wellington City Council District Plan within the Heritage Chapter for the definition of an archaeological site, to enable more appropriate protection of sites of archaeological value. Noting that where reference is made to archaeological sites more broadly, i.e. not scheduled archaeological sites only, within other parts of the plan, it will need to be clarified that the definition and processes under the Heritage New Zealand Act apply.
Thank you. First of all, thanks very much for coming, and all of you coming. It's half of your group, almost half of your group. That's most appreciated. Now, first question, will we be able to get your notes that you have had electronically? Yeah. Great, that saves me a lot because I rather listened to than wrote. Now, I was thinking I will ask you, where do you see the difference between the purpose of the HPA and the RMA? But you took that out of my hand. You gave me the answer already. But I have a few other questions for you. With regards to the archaeological sites and taking the date away, can you tell me an example of a contemporary archaeological site? When you compare that with housing, you know, I think I haven't seen any houses or any structures that are younger than, like, let's say 1970s, 1980s at the latest, that would be scheduled. So there is, in a way, a date. It's just not written. But how does that actually compare with archaeological sites? I'm just not quite getting the idea of a contemporary archaeological site.
Absolutely, fair enough. Good point. Thank you. So two things. The definition of an archaeological site is a place that adds to an understanding of New Zealand and can be investigated using archaeological methods. So it's about our understanding of history, noting that some history is documented, but other history is physical, and that is what archaeological sites are. And our history of New Zealand does not stop at 1900. There are important historical events that occurred afterwards. Second point, archaeological sites are not just below ground, things that we cannot see. It's also above ground places and buildings and structures that can be investigated using archaeological methods and add value. And one example, for example, that might provide context for a kind of a site that I'm thinking about is considering the military sites on Motukairangi, of which Cull Point Battery is one of the scheduled sites that is proposed for listing. But there are other associated sites relating right up into the mid-20th century that arguably can be investigated using archaeological methods and add significant understanding to New Zealand's history. So sort of that arbitrary definition just does not encapsulate the continuing use of places, which is also what heritage buildings and heritage places in general are about. It's a continuation of use and acknowledging all of those changes.
Thank you very much. That makes it clear.
And I was just going to say, also the same point, anything that has a history of change can be investigated by archaeological methods. So it doesn't need to be a distant past history of change. It can be a relatively recent history of change. The methods that you would apply to investigate that history of change.
And you would then still call that archaeological, just because
it's an archaeological method.
Yeah, because you use the methods. Yeah. Just down here. Now. While we are at the definitions, you also would like to see the maintenance and repair definition to be changed. And you have actually proposed in your submission a certain wording that you'd like to see in there. I'm wondering with what you have actually proposed, and you are referring back to ECOMOS throughout your submission. The definitions that you have actually proposed, do they give a different meaning to maintenance and repair than the ECOMOS definitions would? To ask it the other way around, would it be not easier to then say, just take the ECOMOS definitions? Because the two are different.
Yeah. Yes. Broadly speaking, you're right. It would be easier and more straightforward just to take the ECOMOS definitions, noting that we are about to review the charter in light of the legislative environment and its changing in terms of the RMA. So there might be some tweaks and changes to that, but in principle, the definitions that we've recommended are based on what is in the charter.
She says we're about to review the charter. It's because she's on the board.
Just a follow-up question. In paragraph 32, you say it's your opinion that the definition should align with the description of preservation. Section 6F of the RMA doesn't require preservation, it requires protection from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. So why should the focus be on preservation?
That's potentially a semantic issue, I think, protection and...
That's what lawyers do, of course. Run semantic
so I would say that preservation is encapsulated in the term protection, and vice versa. You can't protect something if you're not preserving anything of it.
I'd say that there are environment court decisions that disagree with that view.
Quite possibly, yeah.
I mean, a lot of this, as Chair's noted, will be revisited in
yes.
So I won't get into it because I won't be involved in the hearing and but just what is the intention of changing the meaning of archaeological site in broad term? What's the intention of doing that? How will it affect the day-to-day planning in Wellington City if you took away that date, that pre-1900 date? We want to see happen.
What I want to see, and it's again, it's not asking heritage in general. Like, we're not wanting blanket protection of these things. We're just wanting recognition and assessment of values. We want to just broaden the scope for other sites to be considered based on values and archaeological methods, ability to investigate using archaeological methods. And it's just like with the Motukairangi Peninsula sites, acknowledging that broader context, and arguably all of those sites together are valuable for Wellington City. So again, it's not wanting more protection, it's just wanting more considered protection of what's valuable. And in 100 years' time, we can look back, great, we have this amazing site that's being preserved and maintained through plan by the city that tells our story.
But the intention is not that every time there's a demolition anywhere in the city, there'll be an archaeological.
Well, that is the Heritage New Zealand Act. So that is their process for the Archaeological Authority, which at the moment is still pre-1900. So it's not like we're asking that blanket protection. It is just for scheduling purposes for considering the assessment of values of sites.
Just two other questions at a strategic level. Now, in response to the resort about CC02, the capital city street, you were seeking to include historic heritage, natural environment and sites significance to Manawhinawa. And the planners report, which I've basically said, you know, I'm paraphrasing, you shouldn't cherry pick a few values, but keep a holistic view of the type of values that go into the city's identity and sense of place. What's your response to that response?
I would say that in the context of our city and our nation as a whole, that the values of mana whenua hold a very specific and important position, and that should be appropriately recognised separately to what other general values.
And the same goes for historic heritage and natural environment. Okay, and one final question. Around the, and you were talking about it just before, the environmental benefits of retaining buildings. So that again is not necessarily related to scheduled heritage buildings, just as a generic lens over all development, basically. Is that right? Okay, so if that were in that particular objective, in that particular part of the strategic thing, you'd be satisfied that that would address your particular concern on that. Thank you.
Interrupted you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
That's all right. That's all right. There is a lot of questions that I have, but I will save most of them for the other stream. One thing that is actually fitting into our stream here is your request to put livability into the introduction. Now, the section 42 author notes that livability in his view is actually covered by well-being. Can you explain to me where you see the word livability adding more content than what that well-being of social and cultural well-being that this encompasses? Why would you like to have livability there?
I think we raised that matter primarily because we felt that livability captured things beyond what you would normally identify as being well-being. So beyond those, the sense of personal well-being or adjustment, social and cultural values, it also captures issues around the economics of a place. And
sorry, we've got the siren in the background. Sorry. Can you speak up?
I very rarely get asked to speak up. It's unusual. So the accessibility of a place and the economic access, so the economics of a place as well being captured by livability, particularly I think access was an issue for us. So the ability for people to come and go from places of value, for that to be encompassed within the definition that well-being doesn't necessarily capture as a term or a word in this context.
It's more the functionality of moving in these spaces, which I think livability encompasses more than being.
I'm not quite sure that I understand how that relates to heritage.
Partly because we are in an environment where we have multitudes of and layers of heritage places and historic contexts that are not necessarily very easily accessible to the general public at the moment or to people who live in a place. So we would be looking to encourage a greater level of interaction between people, and those historic, social, cultural values that exist, and livability captures an element of that. Does that?
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much for that. The rest will come later.
Going back to maintenance and repair, There is a body of thinking that the practical retention of heritage and heritage values depends on the ability to, as you said, adapt, reuse. There are lots of heritage buildings that around that are dying by neglect, and so there's an argument that maintenance and repair needs to be enabled, more enabled in relation to heritage buildings than perhaps would be ideal, because the alternative will be progressive loss. What's your view to that?
Poorly executed maintenance and repair also leads to loss. So I understand exactly the point that you're making in terms of facilitating the ability of building owners or the owners of historic places to carry out maintenance and repair without putting barriers in their way unnecessarily. Equally, it's important to recognise that maintenance and repair of particularly heritage or historic structures needs to be carried out in certain ways or with certain degrees of expertise in order to prevent a resulting loss or impact, unnecessary negative impact on its heritage values or loss of its fabric. So it is important to have a definition that's fairly rigorous in respect to maintenance and repair to provide the necessary controls on people who, perhaps with the best will in the world, might carry out maintenance and repair that was actually inappropriate for that building or structure and therefore resulted in loss, incremental or complete future loss of that place.
And my final question relates to your paragraph 45, the last sentence. Retention of existing buildings will reduce the need for new construction. By how much?
Good question.
Yeah.
How much new construction are we talking about?
Doctor, if you listen to Kaingora, which we did at great length yesterday.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions, commissioners? Liz, ladies first.
I just had a further question about strategic objectives CCO2, where you're requesting additional wording in there. And I just wondered, you know, there are a set of objectives that are quite specific to historic heritage and sites of significant areas to mana whenua. So I just wondered, is it double dipping? Are we better off to keep the objectives more specific to the subject rather than, you know, if you like, muddying the waters a little bit?
Doubling up. And I think the only risk that would present is if you end up then with objectives that directly contradict each other. And I don't believe that what we're suggesting in terms of adding to the strategic objectives does that in any case. And as I said earlier, it's important in our view that we have historic heritage and its importance, but also the importance of retention represented across all of the strategic objectives, not just those that specifically directly relate to the control of historic heritage and its management.
I think my understanding is that, you know, and if the objectives are being looked at, they're all looked at for an activity. Obviously, the ones that are more specific are going to have a little bit more attention to that than the ones that are not so specific. So, yeah, I'm just not quite sure about that one.
Sort of commenting, I mean, both of us have had experience working with the district and district plans in general, and it is quite powerful if there's an overriding objective that directly directs you, and again for the plans to be clear and strategic. It's the clarity, and the more clearer an objective, high level objective can be, the more easily it can be applied. Direct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Question McMahon.
Thank you, Sir. Good morning, Ms. Forster-Garbutt and Stevens and others. My question relate primarily to SRCC 03, the strategic objective, but before I go to that, I couldn't help myself. I do have a couple of questions about the definitions of archaeological site and maintenance and repair. Now, I know we're dealing with these out of sequence, but I'm not getting a clear picture as to what the issue is and what the implications might be of changing those definitions. And I'm happy to defer that debate to hearing 3, but in terms of guidance, well, I guess one of the issues is that we haven't had the benefit of the officer's recommendation on those, because that'll come later. And because I don't have the benefit of that, I'm not really understanding the full implications of changing those terms. So I just invite you to address those implications in some detail. For example, when I'm not picking on archaeological site, but presumably in the plan, that's a subset of heritage archaeological site, in which the term archaeological site isn't used in any of the strategic objectives specifically, but if it's a subset of heritage, it will be triggered by those objectives. Presumably then it'll be triggered by policies and rules that relate to heritage. And so extending the period beyond to not just pre-1900 does extend the resource consent envelope. Yes, predict possibly. It may not, but I just don't know. And you've worked on the plan previously, Ms. Forster-Garbutt, so you might know the answer. I don't.
No, absolutely fair point, and we can discuss it in more detail during hearing stream 3. And as I said, I'm happy to provide these talking notes about archaeological site definitions and the links to some of this, so that might be more clarity. But it is about, and again, like I said before, we're not wanting it, just to be really clear about the difference between the Heritage New Zealand Act, which is blanket protection.
Yes.
And what we're asking for is not that. It is specific targeted value assessments. So it's pertaining to when new sites are being assessed, that those sites can be incorporated beyond that cutoff.
So what does that mean for an archaeological site that that was predates to the 1930s, for example? Was not captured by the archaeological authority process. Would the change in definition that you're promoting mean that it would now be captured by the resource consent process in the Wellington plan?
All the scheduled sites, which again, like at the moment, there's the 3 scheduled archaeological sites that are proposed are sticking to the pre-1900 date. So it's the future sites that are being proposed. So yes, it would apply to those.
So I appreciate we're getting into some detail here, and I apologise for that. But would that change in definition then be followed by an increase or additions to the schedule of archaeological sites?
Absolutely, but again, I think there will also be additions. There are additions that might also be pre-1900. So it is just yes, there might be slightly more sites that might be, but again, they need to go through a very rigorous values assessment to see whether they meet.
Does your submission specify what those sites are, or is it captured by the blanket time frame?
Blanket time frame at this stage, but again, it's welcoming discussions with.
Yeah. Okay, we can see the sort of level of inquiry that I'm interested in.
Yes, absolutely, and it's good to have it be in.
And I'm on that. I'm on that panel, so
I'll dig into that.
What I think resource users need to have is certainty.
Yes.
Certainty that consent processes are required or not required. And question I'll ask you to think about is whether a definitional approach to that gives that certainty, or whether a scheduling approach gives that, or some combination of the two. I could say the same about the definition of repair and maintenance, because the reference to the ECOMOS Charter definition of preservation as an alternative to the definition of repair and maintenance might not necessarily cut the mustard, because they're being prepared under two different regimes.
Yeah.
There might be some sort of cherry picking required if there's a change to the current definition of repair and maintenance, the plan to reflect some of those elements of the ECOMOS definition.
Absolutely, but the repair and maintenance definition also then has that specific to historic heritage. So kind of bringing more of that thinking of the ECOMOS Charter, those principles.
Yes.
We're talking about the basic principles, but then making them workable within the definition.
Yeah. All I'd ask you, particularly you, Mr. Foster-Garbutt, because you've had involvement in administering the Wellington plan directly from the other side of the fence, is to put your workability lens on that in terms of how that term could be interpreted by resource users. Okay, now back to my sole question, and it's the sustainability, resilience, and climate change. And your group has asked for an additional clause to be added to SRCC 03, and Mr. McCutcheon, I think it is, has not agreed with that, and he's raised three reasons for that. Two in his 42A, and the third one in his rebuttal. And you've quoted the things in your evidence. I won't repeat it verbatim, but he's basically saying that he agrees that there's some environmental benefits of retaining existing buildings, but they're largely social and cultural and don't really have a lot about reduced carbon. And he said that, and the second reason is that those social and cultural benefits are well captured already in the historic heritage objectives. That's his first two reasons. And then in his right of his rebuttal, he was a little bit more specific. He said that the request, he said, was largely unqualified as to which buildings the environmental benefits of retaining should be recognised. And it's probably that, well, I welcome you to respond to all three reasons, but particularly that last one.
Okay, I did, but I'll respond again, and you'll get it, everything that I've got down here in writing as well. So, but our main response to that was that the strategic objectives are of necessity broad. So we aren't going to provide you with a list of all the buildings to which that principle should or should not apply, because that would be a pointless exercise. It's a principle that should be applied to the built environment.
Okay. And what about in terms of the concept of say it once, why say it again approach, in terms of duplicating those tenets of different objectives across more than one stream?
I don't believe that there is a conflict between including what we have suggested for this particular strategic objective and the other strategic.
And I'm not suggesting that there is conflict. I guess what I'm saying is that there's potential duplication which may not be efficient and effective. And the message might be lost if that duplication isn't replicated exactly.
Yes, I understand what you mean. I don't believe we've got a replication here with relation to the environmental benefits of existing buildings. The specific nature of the clauses regarding historic heritage, you're correct, there may be an overlap with regards to those. But as we've said, the broader principle.
So you still think there's a gap in relation to the SCR?
Correct.
Yes. And it's not a matter of listing specific buildings, no. It's about the broad principle.
Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah, as again, it's the reduced cycle. It's basically reducing building waste and considering retention.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's very useful. Thank you.
Any more for any more?
Yep, just one more. Two quick questions, and hopefully there'll be two quick answers because we're getting close to lunchtime. Does the word historic always hold hands with the word heritage?
Under the RMA?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So heritage can be assumed as historic.
We as
If it's
heritage
not, yes.
practitioners have difficulty with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They-
We could spend a bit.
No,
It's close to lunchtime.
But
We
the
could
answer is
spend a
yes.
very long
Yeah.
time talking about
No, the answer is yes, though, right? And so,
But again, like the Natural Built Environments Bill that's
Yeah.
currently being submitted on actually has turned into cultural heritage.
Yeah.
Which I feel is more
and is more aligned with international practice as well.
yeah, which is kind of where the question came from. The second question is, you stated in the evidence that the community engagement was inadequate. What should have happened that didn't happen?
Yeah, so that was in our submission materials. It didn't get into the evidence for the reasons that I explored.
Sorry, the submission.
Earlier. So I think one place that I tend to look to as an example, because good examples, because I've worked there before, is Victoria, but there was an opportunity to do a more comprehensive study of heritage than the council did. So my understanding is that they basically took all the nominations that they'd received from members of the public and others since the previous plan was made operative. So there wasn't a strategic look at what was on the list and what they could add. They just took things that people had raised with them, and there was very little engagement with the public then on that list of places that they'd selected, or to gather ideas for new places. So I mean other submitters who are probably coming at the district plan from quite a different angle from us, like Generation Zero. I don't know if it's in their submission, but I've heard people from that organisation mention how the heritage list does not reflect what the people of Wellington value, and I think that's actually quite true, because there was so little public engagement on it. So things like they could have had a pop-up at the Sunday market and asked people to come ask people, hey, what do you think is valuable from the past about our city? A website.
I think the main word I think of is proactive. There was very little proactive engagement with the community to find out what buildings or heritage sites are important to you. What would you feel upset if it was missing from our landscape? Where do you take visitors to Wellington to show them what Wellington means to you? So I think a more proactive approach was missing, and we're suffering as a result of that.
And it's been a very long time between drinks when it comes to the heritage schedule, the district plan, and it's a huge missed opportunity.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, ladies. We appreciate it. We'll look forward to seeing you. Some of us will look forward to seeing you in stream 3. Then we'll go from there.
Thank you very much.
Adjourn the hearing for the lunch break. At the moment, our next submitter is at 1:50. So maybe an update on that. We'll talk to the hearing administrator.
4 minutes.
We'll resume the hearing. Thank you. I understand you're the on-course substitute for Ms. Chhiba, who's ill. Would you care to introduce yourself, and we'll go from there?
Just give me 1 minute to say.
Absolutely. When you're ready.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Mandy. I'm a 20-year-old student currently studying urban planning at the University of Auckland. Today, I would like to share with you my point of view on walkable catchments and why I support a 15-minute or larger catchment. By no means am I an expert, but I must share my views because, like many young New Zealanders, we feel as though we've been on the receiving end of the stick when it comes to the lack of choosing around housing and mobility. There are 3 key ideas I will share with you today. The first being that smaller walkable catchments decrease housing supply capacity and they decrease housing variation. Smaller walkable catchments reduce the capacity for housing supply, and a housing supply decrease leads to less housing variation. If we fail to provide housing choices, then we're compromising the quality of life for future Kiwis. Right now, Wellington is lacking in housing, and having a choice is a luxury many cannot afford. Access to education, employment, healthcare, and transport, they're all pillars of quality life, but food and shelter are necessities. Are we really a first world country if we cannot provide all New Zealanders with appropriate shelter? A larger walkable catchment will directly influence housing density. To quote the 2019 Planning for Growth report by Wellington City Council, the central areas and inner suburbs represent prime locations for higher density housing. And while I understand that character and heritage are pivotal in making Wellington what it is today, I ask for the recognition that heritage is not incompatible with high density housing. The report also states that heritage is not a barrier to change. It is an asset that can support a broad set of outcomes for the city's future, and I believe in that too. Secondly, larger walkable catchments improve equity. The size of the walkable catchment essentially determines the citizens' access to amenities and opportunities. The catchment does not by any means encapsulate all of a resident's needs. However, the larger the catchment, the more likely the unique needs of locals can be serviced. To reduce walkable catchments, in my opinion, is to entrench inequity and further entangle the underlying wicked problem of access. So I'd like you all to imagine for a moment, imagine you are priced out of city centres and you're living on the outskirts of town. You cannot afford a dependable car, and public transport is infrequent and unreliable. You often arrive late to work or late to school, and you struggle to get to the doctors when you're sick. This is the reality of today's youth and so many others who are struggling but do not have access. But do not have the access to voice their hardship. Excuse me. Commissioners, you must have noticed by now that there is a clear trend and similarities between those who can attend these hearings. For the most part, I don't fit into that trend, but I'm fortunate enough to be here and to be able to speak in front of you. I think that many of these voiceless would agree with me when I say that equitable outcomes are best achieved when we enable us lower income and middle income groups the power of choice. Excuse me.
Take your time. We're not in a hurry.
Yeah. I believe that one direct way to improve equity and create choice is to increase housing variation by expanding housing capacity
near city centres through larger walkable catchments. And this is also an outcome directly requested through the MPSCG Objective 3. Okay. Lastly, larger walkable catchments can help Wellington evolve to tackle climate change. Increasing walkable catchments can achieve both climate change mitigation and adaptation. Transport emissions comprise a large portion of New Zealand's greenhouse gas emissions and account for over 48% of the emissions for the city. Meanwhile, a 2022 Wellington City Council article has recognised that 86% of Wellingtonians, that's the majority of us, they identify traffic congestion as a problem. I believe that by concentrating amenities within that 15-minute walk, we reduce the need for shorter car trips and we simultaneously reduce emissions and we ease traffic congestion. Active transport not only eliminates emissions, but also supports the health of us individuals. When we walk along our streets, our senses are thoroughly engaged. The sights of daily menu specials, the sounds of retail activity, and the smell of coffee and baking. All of this will be close enough to touch when we're not in our cars. I believe a compact city is a connected city. A 15-minute walkable catchment creates a more extensive and better connected network that caters to all physicalities because it offers more choice of mobility. This larger catchment supports active transport and micro-mobility options. It doesn't constrain movement to only walking. I'd like to bring your attention to the popular rise of micro-mobility devices. Those are e-scooters and e-bikes. They indicate a positive shift in attitude towards active transport. Walking and biking are no longer the only options within our catchments. E-scooters and e-bikes, they can easily turn a 15-minute walk up a hilly hill into a 5-minute ride with little to no exertion. These active transport modes promote engagement with the city at the human scale. They help us better explore and better love Wellington. And to conclude, reverting walkable catchments to 15 minutes does not mean subtracting from existing needs. Rather, I believe it means more for all of us. It means better opportunities for those who are struggling today and endless opportunities for those in the future. Like you all, I would love to see New Zealand grow into a country that is greener, healthier, fairer, and more livable. I believe a larger walkable catchment is the first step to that future. Please help provide me and all future New Zealanders a chance to thrive in this beautiful city. And please do not let the voices of the youth go unheard. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Thank you very much. Well, first, since we're talking about walkable catchments, how far do you and your friends walk?
Well, today I walked from Oriental Bay to here. I couldn't quite find my way, so I ended up going around in circles. I would say it was like a 30-minute walk, but all things considered, I'm quite young and I'm relatively fit, and it was not a, barely broke a sweat. So I think walking for us youth nowadays is one of the best ways we can get around, especially when, for me, I would rather take the longer walk that leads me past those beautiful eateries and beautiful little shops. I would rather take that longer walk than, say a direct walk through just brick walls and no engaging, frontages. I think the quality of the walk also matters when it comes to catchments.
And we've had a lot of discussion about hills, and you've introduced one solution to Wellington's hills: take a scooter. But since we've got to worry about walking, do you we've been testing with various people, rather than saying a strict time, whether there's room to say, well, if it's on the flat, you're going to walk a lot further and be more comfortable about walking further than if you're up the top of Mount Vic, for instance. What's your view about that? That where do people want to walk from?
I think topography and the steepness of our paths, that's definitely one factor, but something that also plays a big part is where are you actually going? what is your destination and what is the path you are choosing to get to that destination? I think if, like, for example, if we have a really steep and hilly part, you know, I would think that people are less incentivized to put cafes there or put shops there. Maybe if we focus on putting or on including areas that are already, you know, well established and not so steep, that would create a more accessible and better 15-minute catchment. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I just ask my colleagues if they've got any questions. Well, we're going to start on the left end. Keep looking right. Mr. Faulkner.
Tēnei te mihi ki a koe. E te whaia te mihi aroha, te mihi manaki ki a koe I tēnei wā. I just wanted, these things can be very stuffy. And I just wanted to mihi to you because this is something that's clearly quite close to your heart about the youth and the youth voice. And so I just wanted to extend our collective manaki to you and thank you for taking the time to come here and share with us your perspectives. Because I know it's not easy often. And so just at a personal level, we want to make sure that you feel that aroha from us all. You talked about micro-mobility. So do you utilise, I mean, the chair asked you earlier, do you walk a lot? Do you utilise e-scooters and e-bikes and etc. as well? And has that, is that helpful in a hilly or a steep terrain, or are they pretty useless, for want of a better term?
Absolutely. I know in Wellington, you guys have two companies that operate. It's Flamingo and Beam. Back in Auckland, where I study, we have many, many options, Lime, you know, a lot of those options. So for myself, if I know that the distance I'm traveling is going to make me break a sweat, for example, if I'm going to uni or something like that, and I want to remain presentable, you know, with the hair all neat and whatnot, I will choose to take an e-scooter that can get me there, one, faster, and two, you know, I do not have to spend that much energy or don't mean to sound vain, but, you know, like ruin my appearance. And I know for you professionals, if you're walking a long distance and you got the sweat patches starting to form, that's, you know, not a good look. So I think micromobility options like e-scooters, e-bikes, they certainly save you a lot of energy.
So, some of us even on a scooter have the said sweat patches visible, so it doesn't take a scooter to avoid those. For some of us, I won't name who they are, but I'm definitely in that category. Thank you for your kōrero.
This way.
Thanks, Ms. Chhiba. Thanks for your passionate presentation. There's been a focus on walkable catchments, and you've talked a lot about walkability. But at the end of the day, that's a technique for determining what the built form will be at the end of that catchment, or as part of that catchment, whether it's 6 stories or not. And did I hear you say that you're studying urban design at Auckland? Urban planning, yes. So do you understand the distinction between walkability as a technique for determining the catchment as opposed to what actually occurs in that catchment? I mean, do you have any views on the efficacy of actually having 6-story catchments, 6-story height limits at the end of those walkability or surrounding those walkability catchments?
Question. Well, I think for myself, when I say, you know, I want to see a 15-minute or a larger catchment, I don't expect that every, you know, building, every new development within that catchment will be, you know, up to the maximum height of 6 stories or more. I think it's just the opportunity to concentrate things. From my point of view, I would rather see a compact city within 15 minutes or whatever that may be, rather than all of our amenities sprawled out across our into the suburbs and all that, because at the moment in Auckland where I study, if you want to do anything outside of the CBD, you need a car, or you struggle with busing and training and all the cancellations. If I'm trying to go somewhere that's not within the CBD, the car is my only option, and I do not enjoy that at all. I'd rather, you know, catch up with my friends in the CBD, walk somewhere, walk there, walk back home. That's the life I want to live.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Any more for any more? Very clear. Well, thank you very much for coming to see us. We really appreciate it, and for standing in for Ms. Chhiba. Hope she's better soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we with Waka Kotahi?
Scott's on one already.
Okay. So, but Mr. Scott's online.
Yes,
Mr. Scott, it's Trevor Robinson here, just inquiring when you think you might be ready to go. The hearing coordinator says you're waiting for Mr. Cribbins.
That's right. Yeah, he's really got the substantive part of the evidence today.
Like, what's your finger in the air as to how far away he is?
Well, I've asked him if he's available at 1:50, and he confirmed that he could be.
Okay, well, we'll stop for 5 minutes and we'll come back in at 1:50, and hopefully he'll be there by then.
Yeah.
Thanks very
good.
much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. We'll resume the hearing, hopefully with the Waka Kotahi team assembled. That was a nod from the back.
Yep. Kia ora, good afternoon to the panel. Thank you.
Sorry.
We're missing a picture. Sorry.
All right.
Yep. We can see your happy smiling face now.
Great.
So let's roll.
Into it. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss Waka Kotahi's input to your deliberations. We presented two bodies of evidence for hearing one. So you had evidence from Kelliher Boina, corporate evidence. As we indicated earlier, he wasn't able to be available for the hearing. We did ask through Jazz if the panel had any questions, and she's confirmed that there weren't any. So we're happy for his evidence to be taken as read. We considered presenting planning evidence as well, but submission points were either in line with the reporting officer's recommendations or were felt to be outside the scope of this hearing. So we didn't think they would add value to your deliberations. So we just have evidence from Mr. Cribbins, Alistair Cribbins. So I will pass you over to Alistair. There you go.
Kia ora koutou, everyone. Thank you, Mike. I'll assume you've had a chance to read my evidence, but I'll just take you through a quick summary of what it says. As Mike has said, my name is Alistair Cribbins. I'm a Principal Planning Advisor at Waka Kotahi, the New Zealand Transport Agency. Before I start with my summary, I wish to make a couple of corrections or clarifications about my evidence. Firstly, in paragraph 5.3, the reference to the RLTP, or the Regional Land Transport Plan, should also have referred to the Regional Public Transport Plan, or RPTP. While this plan isn't specifically mentioned in the NPSUD, like the RLTP is, I believe that along with the RLTP, it provides important context to understand the future plans for the public transport network, and in particular, the rapid transit network.
So could you just repeat that? It was the regional what transport plan?
Public transport plan.
That was paragraph 5.3.
Yes, which I believe should refer to the RLTP. So as well as the RLTP, it should also have referred to the RPTP. Secondly, I wish to clarify the figures used in paragraph 6.43 to 6.45. So 6.43 to 6.45 and the accompanying table and diagram. I saw that Mr. Wharton noted in his rebuttal that these differed from the figures in figure 42 of the section 42A report, but he was unsure why. From what I can tell, and I'm not completely sure myself, not being 100% sure, I haven't spoken to him about what was in the section 42A report, but it appears that the figures in the section 42A report are those for travel to all locations. So this is census data for means of travel to work, maybe education, I can't remember, from Mr. Wharton's section 42A report. And so I believe those were the base figures. So for each statistical area 2 or SA2, they were accounting all the people, whether they're travelling to the city centre or to other locations other than the city centre. My figures have attempted to isolate to look solely at the people that are travelling from those SA2s into the city centre. So the figures in my evidence are based on that, they have excluded all trips to other SA2s. So my thinking here is that this focuses on the people who are making this trip and looking at whether they choose to walk or not. Both of them are useful context, I believe. My approach, I believe, provides a bit more context, but I believe they're both useful, and I hope they have helped the panel.
While you're there,
sorry,
Mr. Cribbins, I'm just looking at the figure on your page 15.
Yes.
And maybe it's just my eyes unable to differentiate the colour of a wonky colour printer. You've got one shade of red that's 40 to 50 and another shade of red that's 50 plus, and you've got, to me, two red areas and I'm trying to figure out which is which.
Yes.
One is, I think, what looks to be Thorndon and through up the up Glenmore Street and include Kelburn, and there's another that's Mount Cook and Mount Vic, which is 40 to 50, and which is 50 plus.
Yeah, yeah, sorry for that. I probably should have put a footnote in this. While I have included a category for 40 to 50 plus, there were no SA2s that had that that number of that proportion of people. So all of the reds you see are 50 plus.
So that explains why I was going cross-eyed trying to tell them apart.
Apologies, it was something I was hoping to fit in, and I ran out of time or forgot to put that note in. Sorry.
Thank you. Please carry on.
Thank you. So back to summarising my evidence. My evidence outlines my expert opinion on the importance of integrating land use and transport planning by locating higher density development within the walkable catchment of rapid transit stops, the city centre and metropolitan centres. The main focus of my evidence is on establishing a starting point for determining the size of the walkable catchments around these stops and centres. As explained in my evidence, my main disagreement with the approach adopted by the council is the use of a time metric when combined with the slower than usually used walking speed to establish the starting point for the size of the walkable catchments. While time is often referred to in the literature and in guidance documents as being associated with walkable catchment sizes, it's rarely used as the metric to measure or determine the catchments. In my view, distance is the widely accepted and appropriate metric, and I could find no justification from the council as to the reason for this departure, at least in terms of establishing a starting point. While that's my position around the starting point, I do not disagree with the attempts of the council to account for the effect of topography on the scale of catchments. I believe these two positions could be combined by using distance to establish the baseline size for relatively flat catchments, and applying a time metric along the lines of that proposed by the council to adjust that to account for topography. My recommended distances for this baseline or starting point are set out in my evidence. The propensity for people to walk sits on a spectrum, and as much as I've looked, there is no clear magic number. Nevertheless, in line with academic evidence and international best practice, my recommendation is that 800 metres would be the most appropriate starting point for rapid transit and metropolitan centre catchments, and 1500 metres for the city centre. My evidence also summarises my support for the identification of the Johnsonville line as rapid transit. While I don't believe the existing inter-peak during the day frequencies are sufficient to categorise it being called rapid transit or existing rapid transit, based on the RL documents such as the RLTP and RPTP, I believe it can be considered planned. And that's my summary. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cribbins. First question about these walkable catchments. Have you ground truthed it? Have you walked them?
No, I have not, and that's why I have not attempted to give tried to actually provide boundaries or the like. We believe this is, my evidence is intended to consider that and try and establish a starting point or a baseline, as the City Council have done, saying we believe a 10-minute walking distance is the appropriate baseline for these rapid transit stations. My evidence addresses that side of things. And I'm sure you're getting plenty of evidence from other people that have ground truthed this, and I believe they're better placed than me.
Part of the evidence we are getting is that the hills are not just an issue of the time required, but also of the preparedness to walk. We, of course, in Wellington, we have some very steep streets, and so we had some specific evidence about walking up Hay Street, and it's in the you have to be joking category. That was the evidence, except for mountain climbers and other fitness freaks. and mountain goats, as the Commissioner Salve just pointed out. Do you agree that topography can be not just an issue of distance and time, but also whether it's walkable at all in any time scale? Or
yeah, I mean, that is true, and I think it probably does tie into part of my evidence, noting that some people are prepared to walk awfully long distances to access certain things. There are always your outliers that it's not absolute. Very rarely is it absolutely not walkable, unless there's a valley or a crevice or some sheer wall. That's usually able to be done. But I do agree that, and think it's fully appropriate to consider that at some point, especially on very, very steep streets, maybe there is a cut-off point where it is just likely that people will not walk. I mean, it possibly may not be sitting right at the bottom of that hill, or if you can call it a hill, mountain, but you know, it might only be go up 2 or 3 properties. Once again, not everybody may walk that, but I think you could probably assume that a few people would walk that. But yes, maybe it doesn't extend a few hundred meters up that street, and I don't think that would be inappropriate to make that call.
And in the table you've got it on page 15 and 16, you don't have numbers for Kelburn and for Newtown. Is there a reason for that, and can you tell us what those numbers are?
If I recall correctly, there probably isn't a reason other than I wasn't listing every single one of those, and I partly time because I was measuring these and I was trying to put this together relatively quickly. I'm happy to provide that either, you know, later. It shouldn't take me too long to prepare, either later today or early next week.
Okay, if I said close business Monday, is that possible?
I don't see why not. Yep. And so, just so I'm clear, what I can prepare it for all of the coloured, all the SA2s in the map. Would that be suitable? Is that what you're
yes,
requesting?
I think that would be a good breakdown. If you could, so yep. all of the separate areas that you've got stats for.
Yeah, not a problem.
The next question is just looking at what we do have. We have a number of areas where we have more than 50%, as you observe, and also a number of areas where there's significantly less than 50% are walking. And this goes back to the previous question, because to an ex-Wellingtonian, it's immediately obvious to me that those are the hill suburbs. So it's linked to the previous point. If we're looking for something that's walkable to the average person, is 50% the cutoff? Is that like, it's not a precise science, but is that there or thereabouts?
Maybe the caveat I would wish to sort of put forward here around that table, and why the second column there showing the approximate walking distance from the edge of the city centre, and why I included that, because taking Brooklyn East, for instance, it's a very, for the statistical area is quite long and skinny and extends away from within, you know, almost bordering the edge of the city centre to 2.5 kilometres away. There's 30% of people within that entire area. Probably within somewhere within that SA2, there's a proportion around 50% that probably walks. Imagine it out towards 2,500, 2,400 meters away. It's obviously would probably be less than 30%. Where that I would sort of caution about saying no, it's under 50% for the entire of the Brooklyn East SA2, because the area closest to the city is probably above 30%, quite a bit above 30%, I imagine, and the area at the far end is probably quite a bit away under that. So I couldn't exactly comment on the 50%. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable. It's a bit tricky to land on a particular figure, but I would caution about that. That's why I've tried to apply those approximate walking distances, so you can understand the scale of the relative proximity to the city centre, and then why it has to be taken with a large pinch of salt. It's useful it provides some context, but it's not definitive.
In terms of the suggestion that improvements are, quote, improvements to the Johnsonville line are planned, what does the RLTP actually say about improvements to that line?
I'm not sure I have that in front of me. I can probably have a try and find that as well.
Let me just say that Mr. Wharton's evidence was there are no material improvements planned in the RLTP, and we've got other evidence that in the business case underlying the RLTP there is absolutely zip proposed to be spent on the Johnsonville line. So you're telling us effectively that they're wrong, and so I think that, so I'm giving you the opportunity to put your position and explain why you've said what you've said.
Yeah, no, and that's fair enough. And I wanted to be able to go back and double check forming the position based on the RLTP and the fact whether it should be planned or not. As I say, yes, I don't believe it is existing. Rapid transit, it needs to improve those inter-peak or off-peak frequencies to 15 minutes or thereabouts, probably, to meet the place, in my view, what the necessary levels of service to provide a rapid transit service and warrant this intensification. From my reading of the RLTP and the RPTP, it talks in a number of places about improvements to the rail network. There is also the letter I relied on from Greater Wellington Council that I believe was attached to the hearing materials, saying I believe the RLTP indicates improvements to the Johnsonville line. The rail PBC, as far as I'm aware, which has been approved by Greater Wellington but not yet by our Waka Kotahi board, the preferred option there does talk about off-peak frequency improvements, I believe, to 15 minutes within. I think the program identifies it within the first 5 to 10 years of that PBC, but I'd have to go back and check that. But it does definitely talk about that, and I assumed, and my understanding was that applied to the Johnsonville line, but I haven't been a party to that PBC, and so you may have better evidence on that, advice on that than I can provide. I would say that it was not as clear from reading the RLTP and the RPTP where a number of the references to improvements to the rail network, what exactly they were referring to and what those improvements would be. I struggled with that, and I was a little unclear on that myself. I have reached out to the regional council in trying to prepare for this hearing and this appearance, and not been able to receive confirmation either way as to whether and how much both the RLTP, RPTP and the business case were referring to improvements to the Johnsonville line. So it is, I will agree, has been difficult to land on a firm position on this. It was borderline. I believe, personally, I thought, prior to the information you just provided with me from other submitters, that there was sufficient to go on there, but I appreciate it is very close, and if you have are provided with other evidence, then that could sway my opinion on that, and it does sound like that may have been the case, although I wasn't party to the presentation of that information.
In terms of the speed of walkers, Ms. Hammond's evidence that we heard for the council was effectively that the standard test is skewed towards active people, and it's also skewed towards active males who walk faster than do average Wellingtonians. Have you got any evidence to contradict it?
No, I don't. All I would say there is that my focus, the large focus of my evidence, was around the use of the metric of time to establish the baseline or the starting point. And yeah, I believe making sure that's relative for a flat walk to 800 metres, and then applying the walking speed and the adjustments for topography would be the appropriate approach.
All right, go. Since running out of steam here.
On the rapid transit, have you carried out an assessment on whether you think it meets the criteria of frequent, quick, reliable, and I think it was capacity was the other one?
Yes, high capacity would be the other one, and permanent, if you didn't mention that. Yeah. I haven't carried out a detailed assessment of that. My understanding of that, based on documents such as the RLTP, RPTP, and my general understanding of the network, is that it would meet most of those criteria, or as I said, my understanding was the RLTP indicated improvements to things such as frequency to meet that. But I'm not an expert on the Wellington rail network, and yeah, so I can't provide that.
So in that regard, you talk about it meeting most of the characteristics. So I mean, and Andrew Wharton for the council said it didn't meet all the characteristics, but he didn't think that it actually needed to meet them all to make a judgment on the whole. So you've said that it displays most of them. So did you have is that just a general statement?
I think that was the intention. The intention of that.
So because and we've heard evidence from Andrew Wharton that in fact there are no, as the chair said, there's no commitment to any planned improvements. What was the other thing I was going to say? So we have also heard from other people that it needs to meet more than, that it really should meet all of those things. And in fact, in the One Network framework, it has been changed from PT1 to PT4, which is not rapid transit. This line with the Onehunga line.
Yeah.
So you're aware of that, but do you still believe it is a rapid transit?
So as I mentioned, my view was that and still is, that it does not meet rapid transit. The existing service is not rapid transit. I was relying on the RLTP and the RPTP and those documents and the indications in there, as well as the letter from Greater Wellington stating that the RLTP had improvements to the Johnsonville line, that would improve it to such a degree. I note that the ONF, the main reason, I think the reason it identifies it not being PT1 or rapid transit is because it doesn't have the inter-peak frequencies required, and that is in line with my position that the existing service isn't rapid transit. That would be the main reason. I would say currently it doesn't, from my knowledge of that line, it doesn't meet that, because it doesn't run 15 minutes every 15 minutes during the day.
It's quite a bit of uncertainty as to whether those improvements are going to be made. Just going on to the your paragraph 6.27, which was to do with the walkable catchments, and that you look at a number of studies, and when I looked at them, I thought, well, doesn't that depend on the characteristics, the attractiveness of the offering and the constraints of the other modes? So there's a number of considerations, variables that you need to take into account. I mean, I have been on the San Francisco one and the Sydney one, and they're not the Johnsonville line. So
that might be
and so there's quite a lot of variables in there to say that these are.
And I completely agree, and that was a lot of what I was trying to convey with my evidence around that, is that there isn't a magic number. There's a huge amount of variability. There are not infinite variables, but there are so many variables, as with all elements of the city. It's very difficult to measure and to isolate any of these, and it's very hard to compare metro systems because there are so many different elements to it. And that was what I was trying to convey with a lot of my evidence, that there is quite a significant range. In my view, that they tend to group around that 800 metres, so that some a bit less, some a bit more, some quite a bit more, but in that, to that end, I think that 800 metres is fairly appropriate. But yeah, it is difficult to apply that in each individual case.
Yeah, okay. And yeah, I mean, when we talk about these walkable catchments, I mean, I think, you know, this time versus distance, and I understand what you're saying, where you take the distance and then you factor in the time. Well, time seems to be sort of quite a defining criteria, really, because we've heard quite a lot of anecdotal evidence from the actual the walkers around, or the non-walkers, depending on their view, but that in fact, you know, there's all sorts of things. There's the slope, that is what you're carrying, what the weather's like, what the attractiveness is like. So it is, it's academic sometimes for to be putting these distances on it.
That is true. I guess the intention of, and part of the reason for my recommendation, or the position I reached in my evidence, is I don't disagree with that. There are very few studies and very little guidance, or no studies I found that actually measured how long people will walk to public transport or to centres. They almost exclusively use distance as their metric. So if we are trying to figure out what people will usually do, we have to use distance in my view. We can then convert it to time to try and account for things like slope, and that I don't see a problem with that. But I think to establish that starting point, when I went back to look through all the studies I couldn't find one that, you know, looked at catchments and said this many people will walk 5 minutes to stations. So I'm sure there are some out there, but I was expecting to come across one or two and say the majority use distance, but some use time. But I didn't actually come across any that use time. And so I think it's very hard to justify that starting off with a 10-minute walking distance and a slower walking time than is usually used, because whenever 10 minutes is referred to, or similar 5 minutes, whatever, it usually is based on assumption that people walk about 1.3 metres per second rather than the 1.1 that I think Wellington had used.
Yeah, I mean, even regardless of whether you use time or distance, that's another sort of aspect of this, is what we have heard is because it's taken from the edge of the city centre, that you can walk 15 minutes. But the example this morning was someone who'd walk 15 minutes from their house in Newtown and would only get as far as, well, they're still in Newtown basically. So they're a long way from where they actually want to be. There's another 30 or 40 minutes away. So this is about the extent of these catchments.
I do agree with that, and that is a little difficult, or it's impossible to measure for us in New Zealand for access to see whether people will walk within the city centre for non-travel to work purposes. But the beauty of the census data is that it was already factored in. Those people are walking to somewhere within the city centre, so it actually accounts for the fact that they may have walked from Parliament, from the other edge of the city centre, through the city centre down to Newtown or the like. So when that proportion of people includes people that are walking to all parts of the city centre, or travelling to all parts of the city centre, be it by walking or public transport or driving. And so the census data is actually quite good in that regard in relation to that. I agree that is part of the problem. It's probably extra difficult to find studies that help us here, because generally the studies that have looked at centre catchments are probably talking about relatively smaller centres where people don't have to walk more than a few hundred metres to get from one end of the centre to the other. So it's a bit harder to apply those to the city centre. But the census, I think, does actually manage to overcome that challenge, at least in relation to journeys for work.
Yeah, okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Another issue about the comparison with offshore studies. I've never been to Montreal, and I certainly know that San Francisco is about as close to Wellington topography as you get, but Portland's pretty flat, Sydney's pretty flat. Obviously there are hills in LA, but huge chunks of the city are flat. Auckland is much flatter than Wellington across the isthmus. So how replicable are these studies to Wellington conditions? There's also the point that in San Francisco you might walk 800 meters, but the rapid transit you find when you get there is going a hell of a lot quicker than anything in Wellington.
Yeah. On the first point, primary focus of this answer is I'm only suggesting that this 800 meters is the baseline for a relatively flat walkable catchment. As I think I mentioned in my intro and my summary, that is what I'm suggesting should be applied, and then adjust the time factor as in how long Wellington City Council says people would walk, and apply that their topography calculations and formula to adjust based on that. So I would assume that people walking relatively flat areas overseas would be prepared to walk a similar distance. I think it is applicable to Wellington. I definitely haven't seen any evidence otherwise. But as I say, I'm not saying that people will walk up 800 meters up a hill in Wellington or probably elsewhere.
Thank you. I'll just check. David?
Okay. Mr. Cribbins, it's Commissioner McMahon here. I'm not sure if you can see us all, but thought I'd identify myself.
You're pretty small, but yes, I can see you. Thank you.
Thanks. Look, and I make no apology to this. I'm going to return to this fixed question of the Johnsonville line and whether it qualifies as rapid transit, because it's very determinative, and the outcome could result in a mandatory decision to which then discretionary considerations in relation to walkable distance are applied. So it's important that the panel understands your position quite clearly.
Yep.
We've heard from Mr. Wharton, and we've heard from Dr. Helm, I think, for the Onslow. And yes, and so there are two key pieces of evidence, one from a planner, Mr. Wharton, and one from an economist, Dr. Helm, which have tried to dig down into the criteria that are defined in the MPSUD as to what a RTS is. You grappled with it at paragraphs 5.2 and 5.3, and you've clarified some of your thinking today, which I've found useful. I think what you've said in 5.3 in your evidence is that it could be debatable whether the service displays the characteristics now. I've now written down that you've said that the existing service is not RTS, so I just wanted to get that for the record, that's your current position. Yes,
that is definitely my position, and sorry that was meant to be clear in that evidence. That my existing position is that existing levels of service, do not meet rapid transit.
No, that's not a criticism. I mean, a good attribute of an expert witness is the ability to clarify and refine their evidence on the spot. So I commend you for that. So if it's not existing, then that means that, and I'm leaving aside the 4 criteria, frequent, quick, reliable, etc. Come back to those in a minute, but that leaves the plan component, and you've indicated that you haven't done enough digging in terms of the RTPTP and the RLTP and the business case to give us a categorical answer on that. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I was hoping you would be able to get some evidence or some advice from other people as to the level of, or that we're thinking there may be other people that are able to provide some insight into whether things are funded or are planned under the RLTP. It sounds like you have received that, and that sounds like then that may not meet my levels of, I would expect. Yes, the existing level of service is not, in my view, good enough to be rapid transit. It therefore needs some improvements in the future. My view was reviewing the RLTP, the RPTP, and the program business case that there was sufficient indication there, but it does sound like maybe that I was wrong on that, and if so, if there are no improvements indicated or with sufficient certainty for the panel, I would agree that it shouldn't necessarily be considered planned rapid transit and the purposes of the MPSUD.
Yeah, thank you for that. I certainly wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. I was just trying to understand what your position was. So thank you.
Commissioner, let's have a follow up on that.
Sure.
When you say the existing line is not rapid transit at the moment, do you consider the entire line not to be that, or could you see part of the line having that characteristic but other parts don't? Because we have heard from other submitters that they said, the lower stations would fit the criteria, it's just the upper stations that don't. What's your position on that?
I would need to go back and check. As I've mentioned, my main issue with the Johnsonville line is the lack of interpeak services. Part of the reason I think, and just so it might help you understand my position, is that frequency is very, very important, and not just peak frequency, but interpeak frequency, so that people are able to not just make trips for work and education by public transport, but make trips during the day by public transport. If we want to and intend to put this much growth in these locations, then we need to make sure that they have that service for a reasonable portion, high levels of service for a reasonable portion of the day. And I think that needs to be about 15 minutes, which is about the edge of the sort of turn up and go, so to speak, levels of frequency. My understanding is that the levels of service along the entire Johnsonville line are 30 minutes into peak between, during the day, and therefore I would think, none of the stations have that level of frequency during the day for me to think they, are serviced with a high enough level of rapid transit. There are other questions that maybe, there are other public transport services that, and there might be a good reason to do it for other planning reasons to upzone here, but I personally don't think the rapid transit by itself would be good enough under the MPSUD.
Right, that makes it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay. I was a little bit surprised you answered that question, Mr. Cribbins, given you said earlier, and I thought you said earlier, that you hadn't done your own assessment of the 4 criteria applying to the line.
I haven't sat down and done all of them. I guess my point is I definitely looked at the frequency, because that was something I knew was a problem in my view with whether it met the rapid transit definition. And I had looked at this, and my understanding was that the entire line has a 30-minute frequency during the day. But if there is evidence, I could just go look at a timetable that it's different, that it's not the case, then I would be willing, if some stations have, less than a 30-minute frequency, a 15-minute frequency during the day, then that would, in my view, be likely sufficient. It would be sufficient in relation to frequency.
Yes. You're a planner. You understand the importance of the meaning of words and that are used in policy documents and rules and definitions. Mr. Bollinger, for the group I mentioned earlier, said in his legal opinion, the 4 criteria were had to be read as ands rather than ors, and so all 4 had to be present in order for the definition to be satisfied. Do you have any disagreement with that in terms of a professional that interprets rules on a day-to-day basis?
I'm just quickly having a look at the definition to make sure before I answer.
Yes. Yes.
I think both from the perspective you have mentioned of a planner and the importance of words, but also from a, I think you've seen from my experience, a land use transport, I consider myself a land use transport planner, and with a strong interest in that area, I believe you would need all 4 of those. I think they would be ands, because without one, you are unlikely to achieve that high level of service that would get your step change of mode shift and your car-free living that we would like to, we're aiming for, both as a transport agency and I believe through the MPSUD.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, Mr. Cribbins, is on your 5.2, we've usefully made reference to the Wellington Regional Land Transport Plan, the Regional Public Transport Plan, and the Wellington Regional Growth Framework that all identify the Dunstable line as rapid transit. What's the significance of that in light of the MPS definition as to what rapid transit means?
My understanding is obviously the MPSUD does slightly confusingly reference whether things have been identified as rapid transit in the RLTP, but then also says it has to meet these criteria. I believe it can be a little bit tricky there to try, and if we don't believe it meets the criteria but is identified in the MPSUD, or at least in relation to planned within the RLTP. So there was sort of
yes, I
couldn't
see any reference in the definition of rapid transit service in the MPSUD to those documents or any regional documents. Are you relying on the word planned for that?
Sorry, planned would probably be the reason for that reference. Other than also, I noted, I think the government has been clear that there is a certain amount of the reason the government didn't, in drafting the MPSUD, didn't say specifically what was and wasn't rapid transit, that there was a certain amount of ability for local councils to be able to identify that themselves. And so that's also part of the reason I referred to it there, because I believe that is, those councils have signalled in those documents that they consider it rapid transit, and some weight could or should be given to that. But
yes, so a definition that helps each territorial authority to identify on a case-by-case basis what rapid transport is. Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Do we know the basis on which those three planning documents identified rapid transit? Were they identified prior to the MPSUD coming into force? Thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Dash.
Thank you, Mr. Cribbins. I'll try not to repeat what others have already answered. I guess it's one of the advantages of going later in the batting order for questioning. But just in terms of the RLTP itself, it's prepared under another piece of legislation and does two things. And please correct me if I'm wrong in terms of my interpretation of what it does. Firstly, it sets regional strategic priorities for transportation generally. And secondly, it identifies interventions or actions required over the short, medium and longer term in terms of the overall transportation network. What I mean by short,
I think that's a regional summary, reasonable summary, sorry. Yes.
Okay, so the short term is within the 3-year time frame. They need to be reviewed, and then there are other things which are identified but may not be within the 3-year window. Good things to do. We need to get things sorted out. There can be some preparatory planning, but the funding or the construction cost, if it is a construction related intervention, needs to be thought about at another time. So they're prepared under, those documents are prepared under the Land Transport Management Act, and we're looking at an RMA plan here. And if you're looking at a resource consent matters, you look at effects, you look at what's in the statutory plans related to the RMA, and then there's in the any other matters. So you'd say that the regional land transport plan would fall into the any other matters in terms of consideration?
I believe so, but what I would say is there are possibly in my evidence that it conflate existing and references to the RLTP, but there is a clear reference when considering planned transport and transit to look at the RLTP. So there is that clear link in the NPSUD into that. But yes, more broadly as a general resource consent matter, yes, I think we've probably got one of those other matters.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, we've heard differing views on this from not only in relation to the Johnsonville line itself, but in terms of walkable catchments. And I guess the spectrum, if you like, is Kangaora, basically saying that the council, in terms of both walking distance and therefore enabled development capacity, should be much broader, much wider, and so forth, through to local residents who are saying, well, I live in this particular location. When I walk, it takes me this way, but I don't choose to walk because of things like topography, or if it's wet, or sometimes I've got to go and do some shopping on my way back from home, so I may be able to drive. But it is critical, as my colleague alluded to, in determining the various different building heights or the capacity which is going to be enabled by referencing the NPSUD. I guess my question from an overall transportation planning perspective is, how much certainty, based upon assessments of walkable distance, can the district plan provide into the future, considering that there is such a diversity of views, considering we are in Wellington, which has areas of flat land, but it also has large and often steep hills. So, and it is important we get this right. So, and your qualifications and experience, you have some expertise in terms of this walkable catchment notion in the New Zealand context. So I appreciate your views on the diversity of matters which have come before us before.
Yeah. I haven't, unfortunately, I haven't been able to tune into as many of these sessions as I would have liked, but I have picked up, and been tuned into a few. I think something that came up definitely in the Kangaora discussion yesterday was but not just the demographic change, but what I actually do think is not underplaying it to say it is a transformational shift in what we need to do to meet our climate targets. It is actually quite hard to grasp at times to achieve a 20% reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled. As everybody will need to be acting differently and making different decisions, and it will affect every aspect of our lives. If we are committed to that, as I hope we are, it's a significant change that is quite hard for even me working in this area to envisage, let alone the general public. So I do think basing ourselves looking back is and even and basing it on what the existing situation is isn't the best anyway, but it's definitely not in this case, and that the future is going to look significantly different. And that is also, there are many studies of people's how people will change their behaviours without even realising quite often, so that if circumstances change around them over time, they are more likely. They may not be suddenly selling their car and walking everywhere, or cycling or catching public transport, but it might be that once or twice a week they're more likely to walk to the shop, or they're more likely to they might catch the train in once a week, whereas before they would have driven every day or something like that. And over time, as we change our priorities and change the systems that people live in, that they will make changes. I think, and it is a bit off topic, but one of the most interesting examples of this I've had was, I think, after congestion charging was introduced in, I believe it was Stockholm, And they went back and they surveyed people on how much they changed their behaviour a few months later, and there was a gap of about 30% where people just hadn't realised that they'd made this change, but the level of travel they thought they were doing was still fairly, relative to what they were doing pre the charge. But because there had been a charge come in, without really thinking, those marginal trips, which they may or may not have made, they just weren't driving and weren't making them by car anymore, and they didn't realise that. And so I think that is specifically about pricing, but I think it does apply to all other things, that as we change the system, people will change how far they're prepared to walk, what they're prepared to walk for, and other modes of transport as well, and how they live. I hope that answers the question. It's a little off topic, but I think
No, that was useful. I'll move on to your paragraph 6.22 of your evidence, and particularly the last line of that, which is something I've got underlined about. Now, this is all about centres themselves and people's propensity to walk to a particular centre will vary depending on what the centre does itself, or what is in the centre to make people actually want to walk there more frequently. Again, referring to the Kaingaroa position that we had yesterday, was that in Wellington City, there is, if you like, a gap in terms of the centre's hierarchy. Obviously got the central city, and we understand all about the central city, and we've got two metropolitan centres being Johnsonville and Kilburnie, and then there's, if you like, a drop down to what are local centres, which vary in size from perhaps Newtown and Tawa being the biggest of those, through to much smaller centres around those. And I think because some of the criticism from, well, not necessarily the criticism, but the point was that if it is defined as a centre of a certain size, it should have at least a 10-minute walking catchment around it. Is it a one-size-fits-all approach to walkability around centres? Because intuitively, if you feel that a centre has a much more limited range, might have a small supermarket or a shop like that, and there's a fish and chip shop and a hairdresser and so forth, servicing the local needs. That will be very different in terms of approach to livability and walkability than a centre has a much more diverse range of services. So I'm just be interested in your perspective, because again, it's really important for us to be able to determine whether or not the size of these centres constitute an upzoning and density around the outside of it. So I'd be really interested in your perspective on whether there is sufficient differentiation in the centres hierarchy in Wellington to be able to make such important calls such as that. On mute.
You're on mute.
You've lost your sound.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I don't think I was anywhere near my mouse. Apologies. Oh. Yeah, so what I was saying was I'm not an expert on the Wellington Centre's hierarchy, so I'm a little nervous about, and I'll try to keep my answer high level.
Well,
I think this,
no, and it wasn't.
I'll try and provide a high level answer. I'm happy to try and do that.
Talking about the difference between Karori and Miramar, but just in conceptual terms, that there is a reliance on the centre's hierarchy to determine walkable catchment, and the officers have got a range of views around that, not only from rapid transit stops, but also from centres itself.
So I think it's obvious that from my evidence, I have suggested I support two different distances in relation to the city centre and metro centre. So, I do agree that it does change with the scale of the centre. I think that's probably less about, there is a certain amount that people will walk further to, I think, the evidence isn't terribly strong, but people will walk further to certain activities than others. And I think probably as you get a larger centre, there are likely to be more of those activities located in those larger centres. I think it's probably more about the fact for me that your extent, as my evidence has tried to sort of convey, the amount of trips that will happen decreases as you get further away, and that for those smaller centres, you're actually, because you have fewer activities within those centres, more of the trips that people make will have to be to other places, and possibly the reason to differentiate between the different size centres would be because there are more trips that they're able to service, especially between metro to local centres and arguably town centres if you have them or not. The reason to sort of scale down and have different size catchments could be because of that people are going to walk to a dairy the same distance, whether it's in a metro centre or a town centre or a local centre. It's the fact that in a metro centre you're likely to have more activities, and some of those activities are sort of likely to be higher order, if you will, and people will likely walk a bit further to those because they're a bit rarer, or travel a bit further, probably walk to those that are a bit further. Does that address the question?
Yeah, probably doesn't help us, but overall in terms of our deliberations. But no, I think I understand what you're saying. Can I move to your table, which has been discussed before, about the walking trips and so forth, just so I can get it to understand this a little bit more. Is this both walking to and from work trips, or is it just walking to work trips?
I would have to look back at the question in the census. Sorry, I believe it. Because it also does. The census was changed, and the question in the last census was changed. So it's rather than being how did you travel to work on the day of the census, it's how would you usually travel to work, and in the week of the census or something along those lines. But I can't remember actually if it said to or to and from, or I'm sorry, I'm not too sure how the question was phrased.
Okay, no, that's all right, because just looking at some of these figures, and being a Wellingtonian and myself, if you take Brooklyn East, and I realise that the figures who walk from there are 30% from Brooklyn East, but it's up the top of a hill. I know of people, and I don't have any evidence, but I know of people that will walk to work because it's downhill, a pleasant walk, and they won't go when it's raining or anything like that. But if it's a nice day and they've got enough time, they'll walk down the hill. But I say, well, they won't walk back up the hill. They'll get public transport. So, yeah. And similarly, people in Newtown, Mount Cook, for example, as well, they're potentially closer in. But it does vary depending on whether they walk to work from home. So the statistics are useful to a certain extent in terms of people's behaviour. I think, would that be your view?
Definitely. I think one of my footnotes was trying to make that point, that they're useful to give some context and some understanding that we otherwise wouldn't have, but I would not. They're not the golden bullet that will give us an answer.
Okay. I don't know. That's helpful. Thank you.
Just following up on the Commissioner's question, since I've asked you to provide an enlarged table, Mr. Cribbins, when you fire that in, can you answer the Commissioner's question and advise whether the census question was walk to or walk to and from? Because I think, as the Commissioner identifies, it does make a difference, given that lots of people are rolling down the hill to the central city, but not many are rolling back up again.
No, that's fair enough, and happy to do that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just one more, and it's leading on from that previous discussion. Sorry, I've lost the question.
Commissioner Schofield's got a couple of questions, so
yeah,
why don't we take them while you think about it?
I was going to say.
Thank you. Sorry, and I don't want to thrash this to death, the walkable catchment one, but I need to have it clear in my head. In paragraph 6.34, because in other places you use the word minimum, using the 800 metres distance as a minimum, but in the middle of paragraph 6.34 you say enabling greater development to an average 800 metre walkable, and I'm a number of questions came out of that. You know, what is average? And does that mean it's an average that wobbles in and out of 800 meters? But if you measured it beautifully, it's all 800 roughly. You know, so if that struck a very steep hill, for instance, you have to go under motorway to, that would shrink right back to, I don't know, 300 meters or something. Yeah. Is that what you meant by that use of the word average there?
I'm just having a quick read.
That's all right.
Yes, I believe. I mean, my evidence was definitely meant to convey that, and that certainly if you were to come to a motorway or there's an underpass or hills, you would definitely look to bring that in. Could be wrong degrees. I believe the context there was trying to reflect the fact that some people may say that should cater for, you know, most of the population, or, you know, all, say everybody, so that you have a small catchment so everybody can walk that distance or will walk that distance. I suspect, and from my reading it, that the reference to average there is basing it on an average person, or you're using that as an average catchment, and therefore that's 800 meters is usually referred to as an average, often, not always, but is mentioned in sort of similar, along with context and references to the average person and the distance an average person is prepared to walk and the like. So I think that is my reference to average there and the reason for it.
Without wishing to put words in your mouth, would approximate have been better than average?
That could definitely, probably, yes. As I say, I'm a little sort of not 100% clear on why I have used the average there, and I think approximate would definitely work as, at least, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I mean, the reverse would be, I would suspect you would say, was true too. So if it was dead flat and had a lot of amenity or other things that would attract people to walk further, then that average or approximate would be longer distance.
Yeah. You definitely extend that catchment as well for certain reasons. They're probably limited or harder to measure than something like topography, but there are, you know, attractive places to walk that you may look to extend as well as contract a catchment.
And then just extending that to the central city zone, and I think it's 1500 you're suggesting should be the approximate or average?
Yes. Yeah. The sort of starting point for consideration, and applying the walking speeds from, you know, interpreting that into using the 1.1 meters per second, and that the Wellington City Council, if that's what the hearing panel wants, but you're taking their walking speed, applying that 1.1 meter walking speed to 1500 meters, applying their topography calculations to adjust that, and then also obviously looking at if there are other factors to bring it in, take it out from there. Yes.
Okay, and then just the other question, again, I don't want to thrash it, but it's the rapid transit definition. So looking at the MPSUD, there is a definition for planned, and this is where we all turn to about this. It means planned in a regional land transport plan. And as an interesting side note, it doesn't refer to a regional public transport plan, which you referred to earlier. So it only talks about the, I don't know if you can shed any light on that, but that's where it refers to regional land transport plan. And are you taking the use of the word, we had this conversation yesterday with some submitters, that what planned in a more holistic sense rather than planned in a very specific funding sense?
I think so, yes. In my view, the RLTP, as I think was touched on before, it starts, once you're getting out towards the 10 years horizon, it isn't as definitive as that short term. And so in my view, the intention of the MPSUD was to, you know, look at those longer term indicators that are contained in the RLTP and in those plans that the regional councils include in there, and take account of those. In relation to the RPTP, I think I mentioned that in my summary. I didn't mean to, that where I said that paragraph should have said the RLTP and the RPTP. I appreciate the NPSUD does not refer to the Regional Public Transport Plan. However, it is often useful and I think necessary to actually look to that, especially in relation to frequency and the level of public transit service, because the RLTP often doesn't have that kind of information, and it's a bit of a gap and hard to form an opinion without looking at other documents. And I know that, well, it's not the MFE guidance, I believe, sort of referred to other plans as well, said you could also look to other plans for guidance. I can't remember if that was this exact context, but I think it referred to documents such as the Auckland Transport Alignment Project and the like. I can't remember if the RPTP was one of the ones that they mentioned.
Is just for my sake, the Regional Public Transport Plan, is that a subset? Is considered a subset in any way of the RLTP? And I mean legally, or
I may get a little fuzzy on this. I believe it is separate. I don't believe it's is it under the LTMA? The RPTP, the Regional Public Transport Plan, is mainly around contracting of services and the like. Well, that's one of its large, its main purposes, and it often identifies your various sort of contracts and the things that and the long-term plans for the public transport network. It is aligned time-wise. It's a 10-year horizon. It sort of is probably the way I always think of it, which may be a little bit incorrect. And so, with a pinch of salt, is the RLTP is quite capex focused. It's sort of it does mention sometimes improvements to levels of frequency or service, but it's the RPTP often has more information on that. And so, especially in Auckland, I've found it's you need to look to that to understand what the future anticipated frequencies are. It's not quite so clear in such the case in Wellington, whereas Auckland they have long-term anticipated or aspirational frequencies quite clearly set out in their document. But yeah, that's why I refer to that as well.
Commissioner Dace, you remembered what you were going to ask?
I did. It's been asked. So
thank you. Any more at this end of the table? At this end of the table? That's it from us, Mr. Cribbins. Thank you very much for your assistance. It's been very enlightening, and thank you, Mr. Scott, for riding shotgun on the process in Mr. Keshmona's absence. We'll say goodbye and adjourn for our afternoon tea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no speaker. Oh, do you need a charger? Yes, I think so. Oh, I thought you.
We'll resume the hearing. Just hand over to Mr. Faulkner to welcome our submitter.
Ka tira, te tuatai, tuaki ai mi atu ki a koe te kato. Ngā rauranga tira mao, Muaūpoko. Nau mahara mai ki te kaupapa ki Wainganui a tātou, te pai nei o te PDP hearing, mō te kaunahera o Poneke. Nā reira, koe taumā, mi tēnei wā, nau mai, haru mai. He hara tēnei te whakatau ki te whenua, I tēnei te whakatau ki a koutou ki te kaupapa. Nā reira, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa, o tira, tēnā tātou.
Tēnā no tātou I te whare. Tēnā no tātou I te ahuatanga kua whakanga. Kotahi mai ai tātou I tēnei ahi ai. No reira, e tautoko ake, te whakahoki mihi atu ki a koe te rangatira. Nā ura tēnei mihi whakatau ake ki mātau I runga noi te reo karanga o te rangi nei. Toa rangatira, ngā tirau kaua, ngā tirangi nui, tēnei te mihi atu ki kouta. Whakawāti ana tēnei wā, te tai mai mātau, te whakapuaki mai o mātau whakaaro, e pāne ki tēnei kaunihera, te whanganui atara. No reira, ka mihi ake. Mihi tonu ake ki rātau te hunga wairua. Tēnei kaupapa I ngā tau ki mātau, kua hi koe. Ko riru ia mātau te kaupapa tangata I tēnei rangi, hei whakakaluhi mai, o rātau whakaaro, o rātau manoko nui, I o rātau. No reira tēnei te mihi atu hoki ki rātau. E noho ana I te wahangutanga o te tangata. Whakatāni te ao wairua, ki ngā mahi, I runga I te matua, te whenua, hoki mai ki tāua te kaupapa tangata. Kia whiriwhiri, kia wānanga hia, kia whakaputa I ngā whakaaro, e hāngai ana ki tēnei kaupapa, whakakutahi ai tātou I tēnei rangi. No reira, me pēnei ke taku kōrero I tēnei wā, ki whārike hia I ngā kōrero, nā tō tātou pai nei, ko tai mai tēnei wā. Mōku ake, ka hoki atu ki tērā pāpā o mātau, hohepa, tukapua. Ko tahi mano I warau, waru te kau Māono. Ka whakahoki mai ngā taonga o te iwi Māori, e noho ana ki rā wāhi, I ngā tōpito katoa tāo, ka whakahoki mai ngā taonga ki kone. Tō mātau pāpā o hoepa I tau wawa, uia tērā e whakakaluhi mai, ia Muaūpoko kōrero I tau warangi, ki kone. Ki tēnei o tātou whenua, ko te whakanui atara. Hei aha, hei whakakaluhi mai, ia mātau, me whakatinana hoki I ngā tikanga, ko aua karaua o tau wawa, toa rangatira, te ate awa, ngā tirau kaua ki te tonga, tai ati ki mātau hoki, Muaūpoko tangata. Koina tētahi whakaaro hei loto iau, anei tana tamaiti, e tū ana ki mua ia koutou I tēnei wā, whakaara aki e nei kōrero, hei whakaaro tanga matata. O te kaupapa tuarua māku, I nā ka kimi I tētahi o ngā kōiwi o nehela, I mua tonu I te kotahi mano warurau, rua te kautau. Kua mohi anga tōtia tātou, e tātou, no mātou ke era. O mātou te hunga, I kunei tau wawa. I tērā tau, I pērā anō, e āhuatanga o tētahi waka, I timi I roto I te awa kairangi. Toru tau, toru rau tau, tana pakeke. O taua kaupapa, I runga I te mōhio, I mua tonu I te kotahi rau waru rau, rua te kau, I whakakotahi mai ai, ngā iwi katoa, Kia whakatinana hia, ngā tikanga, ke wainganui, I tāua, I runga no I te pono, I te tika, I te harikoa. Koe rā tētahi o ngā kaupapa ka whārike hia I tēnei rangi, tēnei wā, o ngā kai kōrero kai muri aha. Tētahi wāhanga o mātou kōrero e hangai puana ki tērā o ngā kaupapa, e hangai ana ki whanganui atara, Rangi tāne, kura hau po, Muaūpoko, wera whanaungatanga, ki wainganui a mātou. Kai atu ki hoki koutou, te ate awa, tōranga tira, ati raukawa. Whai muri mai, wera kōrero e hangai ana ki a mātou I tēnei rangi ne. E kōrero whakamutunga, ka hoa ki tō mātou roia, mana no, e whakakapi I ngā kōrero. Hei putanga hat oki ka mātou whakaro I roto I ngā kaupapa, ko whakaputahi ai tātou I tēnei rangi. Ko reira e taranga tira, kuira tāku I tēnei wā, e hua ki ana I ngā kōrero, hei whakarotanga, hei whiriwhiritanga, mā te kaunihera, mā tātou katoa. So just in case that you might not understand what I just said, I thought I'd better just do a quick synopsis in Te Reo Pākehā. So I pay homage to our iwi here, Te Atiawa, Tōranga Tira, Ngāti Rau Kawa Tangata, Ngāti Rangi Nui Hoki, Tauranga Moana. So koera te mihi atu ki tō tātou rangatira. So I mihi to him and his connections and his whakapapa. Then I've gone on to speak about, pay homage to our loved ones who have departed because they've been walking this walk in years gone by. It's just we've been the ones that have this privilege to talk and speak and represent our people today. So thank you for the opportunity for us to come and share our whakaro and our thinking in terms of the kaupapa that's brought us here today. Then I've gone on and brought up an occasion where my uncle, Joe Tukapua, he was the kaumātua for us at the time. And when they brought the Te Māori exhibition back from around the world, they brought it back here. He was our speaker that day. I think he even opened the kōrero that day. So that's how significant our connection to this place is in terms of those kaumātua of the day thought that it was appropriate that we speak and we have that space on the paipai. Now, according to Māori tradition, that's a big honour. So I make reference to that. The second one I make reference to is recent in terms of last year, maybe the year before, last year I think it was. A waka was found in the Hutt River, 300 years old. So that puts us right in the space because we're only talking about 1820. Now, who are you going to talk to if you're going to go before there when you find archaeological finds, bones, middens, whatever it is that you find? We were here then, even way before then, 700, 900 years. So those are just two examples that I want to bring to the table today. And then now I'm going to pass it over, explaining that our brother here is going to share a little bit more about our connection in terms of whakaaro Māori, our kinship and relationship ties to rangitāne, and how we can connect to the iwi that are here currently today. We've not come here to say we're demanding this, not at all. We've come here to seek a way forward that we can all work together in the space where we can all hold our head high with mana and dignity. So that's my brother here going to speak about that. Then Dai, our manu Hokioi CEO, she's going to speak a little bit about our current pre-settlement iwi activities that are happening currently in the space today. And then our last speaker, who you all know, Tom, he's going to round it up with a bit of legal speak and try and connect it all up so that you've got some sort of clarity on what we're trying to say. So
glad you've got the lawyers in the correct spot. Very appropriate.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself.
So thank you very much. Puri noa tō tātou whare, koutou ngā rangatira o te kaunihera o te whakamihera tāna. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Anei rā, taku aroha. Anei rā, taku ngā kau. Piri mai, tata mai ki au. Awhi, awhitia, aneira. Awhi, awhitia, aneira. O nā mihi ki a tātou e. A tātou rangatira i whakatūwhera a tātou rangi a tēnā koe. Kei a koutou, rau rangatira mā tēnā tātou. Nā mihi ki a koutou. Te kaunihira, o Poneke, o te whanganui a Tara, o te takiwa. Nō reira, e mihi ana kei a koutou. So welcome, nā mihi, greetings to you. All here, ko Waia hau, ko Dean Wilson a hau. Ko au he mokopuna o Ngāti Pāriri, o Muaūpoko, o Naitara ki te Muaūpoko o Tika. Nō reira, e mihi ana. So e mihi ana ki taku tuakana. So welcome me to my elder, taku tuakana. But just as he said prior to this, I'm just going to touch on our connection for us as an iwi to this area here. No doubt you'd have a lot of knowledge also too. You've been placed before you previously. As we travelled here, we saw a lot of kōrero around the city about our connection to here, a lot of our ancestral names. And for us as a whakapapa link, we come through from ko toi te huatahi, ko rongo uiroa ko whātonga. Ko whātonga ko ia te kaihautu. So Whātonga was the captain of our waka, the Kurahaupo waka. And the Kurahaupo waka migrated from Nuku Taurua, from the east coast, came right through and rested there at Mahia. From there, the captain Whātonga settled in Heretaunga, Kāroha ki a rātou anaina. That heart goes out to them now. And that's where his whare was. Made his way down the east coast, as you can see on the board there, the red line coming down to Te Whanganui Ātara. Then we have the Tāpiri Nui o Whātonga in the centre of the island there from Otane down to Pahiatua. When Whātonga came down here to this part of the land, Aotearoa, he brought with him his son. His oldest son was Tara. And Whātonga's first wife was Hutu Waipara. And ka puta mai ana ko Tara. So they arrived down here on the east coast, came right round and through into Te Whanganui Ātara. And that was the naming of the harbour that they entered into here. There's no doubt you would understand it, as we know that as well. So Te Whanganui Ātara. Our whakapapa comes down through there, through Wakanui Tūria, Te Ao Haretahi down into Tūtere Moana. Our links from Tūtere Moana linking with Kahununu, who resided here in Te Whanganui Ātara as well. Our links from there also come from the second wife of Whātonga, which is Reretua, ko Tautuki ko Rangitane. That's a half brother, Rangitane, or half brother to Tara. And that's how we come up with the name of Te Waiwai Kāpiti o Tara Rawa ko Tautuki. One of the prominent points leading down to this area here, Te Whanganui Ātara from the west coast. With our whakapapa links there, they stem from with Rangitane, very strongly connected. They also resided here with us as well too, through Naitara, ki te Muaūpoko Tika. And that is with Rangitane ki Manawa tū, Rangitane ki Wairarapa, Rangitane ki Tamanui, Tamaki Nui Arua, Rangitane ki Wairau, and Wairarapa. In that whole parcel there of our iwi though, a number of them linked in and came under Naitara as Muaūpoko. Our whakapapa links are held within all of our hapu to this area here, to Te Whanganui Ātara. Just looking at that there. But for our pre-settlement iwi, our case before the tribunal was from Tūraki Rai, over down the bottom of what's the name of it there? Cape Palasa, all the way up to Rangitike. They went through there. And that's our whole area there for our next treaty settlement. But that main point up there by Rangitike leads up to Te Whanganui. And the eponymous ancestor that links in from Whanganui all the way down to Wellington or Te Whanganui Ātara was Tūtere Moana. in the harbour here, there's a number of places here that have that name and link. Mai tara ki te Muaūpoko Tika. And then one place, there's a number of places here within the Whanganui-a-Tara where our link is very strong. Our names are situated, are old names for this area. I could just go through a few if I could. I look at Matu, Soames Island, where Hau Whenua and Moana Kura are placed. This is where Tara actually resided with his wife there. From there, they shifted on to Whitukairangi, which is over here at Hai Taitai, or better known as Ātaitai. Around there we have Te Tapuaranga, Taputaranga, which is Island Bay. To the side of that, Te Raio Akiaki, Penkauri Head, across the other side of the harbour there. There's a number of other areas here. Orua Aiti. I just went walking on the waterfront and looked at the Whare Waka. And a lot of the kōrero there, just those names are all within the Whare Waka there, which is the council building, I assume, and it's a convention centre. A lot of the kōrero is there. And that heartens us too when we see that around the area. Our ancestral names have been there for at least 600 to 800 years. This is the time frames we're looking at. But today is what as to why we are here on the RMA processes, everything else before us in Te Whanganui-a-Tara. That is our ancestral connection to the whenua here. Kaore tai mai tātou ki te taka I te mana o te mana whenua. Ngāti toa, me te ati awa. So we're not here to trample upon the mana of our mana whenua here. It's ensuring that our stories are here, our connection is here. Our pito, which is our ancestral connection to this whenua, has acknowledgement when it comes to resource management acts, and that's about to change obviously, but there's been so many occasions that have occurred prior to this point where whenua has been disturbed. And this is the concern for us, when ones that can support Ngāti Toa, Te Ati Awa, as shown in previous occasions that's just come up from Pa Dunn, the liking with Te Honona or Te Awa Kairangi, the waka that was found up in the Hutt River. There was a beautiful example of how kōrero, whakapapa, mātauranga, nai Māori coming together as one, but understanding the honona or the connections from the whenua, maitarangi ki te whenua, ki te pito o te tangata. So those connections are very important moving forward for us. But it's not, and I reflect back to what I said just previously, it's not about the takahi te mano or te mana whenua. It's ensuring that the kōrero is the kōrero that is tika and pono. Nei takiwa, because it is a beautiful story to go forward with. And it's important also too to support development going forward and having the right clearings for those developments too. Because I'm our environmental manager for Muaūpoko. And I think now it's not about just turning up to a job where we look at accidental discovery processes, coming for karakia, to clear the way, but it's doing it properly. And if something is found, we do it properly to ensure that people, our communities, our hapori as a whole, is supported in the right way. And that was the call that came from Te Ati Awa, from Pakura, and Ngāti Toa with the waka, ensuring that things were done correctly. I don't think I could add to it too much more, but I know that time's pressing on and it's a Friday afternoon. Wine o'clock's coming, beer o'clock's coming, but it is important though for us to be here and to talk and to lay this before you. I thank you very much for your time, and I'm going to pass out to Whātai. Yeah, Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi Dean. Tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi, ngā rangatira. Ko Dai Rampahau. Hi, my name's Dai Rump. Can't forget that. At the moment, I'm He Kura Hokioi Muaūpoko Tribal Authority, My whakapapa is Waitara o Muaūpoko o Te Ika a Māui, Rokawa ki te Tonga, Ngāti Apa and Te Arawa. So thank you for hearing us today. As our colleagues have said, my job today is to give you a really quick run through what Muaūpoko Tribal Authority looks like and is doing today. We wanted to make sure that you understood that we are a thriving pre-settlement iwi. I know that you will fully understand the challenges of being a pre-settlement iwi in today's space, especially in different parts of the country and where we are. So I'm just going to share some slides with you about the things that we've been up to. So a big part of our focus has been on preserving our history and our spaces, which is part of what brings us here today, and of educating the next generation so that we don't lose the linkages and the stories that Tim and Dean have talked about. For example, moving right through these, Tom. So we have a focus on education, mainstream, and we've just had a recent approval for a kura a iwi that will capture all the stories of our traditional area in the map that Tom showed you recently. So flicking through that gives you visual impact about what we're doing. We are very active. Our numbers at the moment are sitting around about 4,000, and capacity is the one thing that stops us being even more visible and I guess progressed. For the last 4 years, we've been a member of the Wellington Regional Forum, which started out as being the Greater Wellington Regional Forum and has morphed into being the Wellington Regional Leadership Group. We've been there from the very first day one because of this kaupapa. We wanted to make sure that we were clear and visible without being in everyone's face about the fact that we do want to make sure our historic and ancestral linkages to Te Whanganui-a-Tara are understood, and that the Muaūpoko part of Ngāi Tara or Muaūpoko o Te Ika is understood. And one other point I wanted to make was, we've also been on the Cook Strait Forum from time to time, and we're currently very deeply embedded in the wider regional transport and infrastructure 100-year plan strategy, amongst others. One of the things that I found interesting when my dad said I had to come home and do this job was that, you're looking at it now, is that this whole area from roughly Manawatu to Whanganui-a-Tara, in terms of archaeology and social anthropology, has been responsible for informing us and the world about early Māori life in New Zealand. And that's very much part of our taonga. And a lot of that you'll see in Te Papa. Other than that, I wanted to just take you back a couple of slides to, yep, so back to the Tara Ika, that one. One of the major projects we've been involved in at the moment is a subdivision called Tara Ika, which of course is Tara's full name, Tara Ika. We named that subdivision in conjunction with the owners because it's at the foot of the Tararua Maunga, and that's the largest subdivision in the North Island yet. So it gives you a sense of the amount of work that we're doing and growing fast in the name of Ngāi Tara or Muaūpoko o Te Ika. And just to finish my slot, I wanted to introduce you to a story you probably know and love well if you live in Te Whanganui-a-Tara. This is the story of the taniwha of the harbour, as Tim and Dean both referenced. The author of this, and there's an acknowledgement here of one of our Ngāi Tara whānau. The author of this book is no longer in print or available, but we've always been gifted that over the last 5, 6, 7+ years to get it printed whenever we like in both languages, and it's very much part of the reward system that we have in some of our education programs because it's our story. Kia ora.
Rookie mistake putting the lawyer in charge of the technology. It was always going to end badly. The lawyer in charge of the laptop.
You're reading our mind.
So just to Tepu, some places that and I understand the job ahead of you and the many topics you have to. It's the Johnsonville liner.
Don't start.
I read the transit. I don't know. So you've got a set of materials, historical materials. You've got the original submission and the particular wording that we proposed. You've got a set of historical materials which are a repeat essentially of materials that we put before the expert panel, COVID fast track panel for the Kaiwharawhara development. And we've got a decision on the Kaiwharawhara development. You've got the legal submission here, got the slides. There was a question I had of the panel was whether we needed to bring a historian, but the call I got from you, Commissioner Robinson, was, well, these are background historical materials. And anyway, the Wellington City Council is saying, look, we understand the ancestral links here. It's a matter of how does the plan deal with this, and does it deal with it? So the legal submission really just take you to a few points, because I know you'll have it and be able to read it at some stage if you haven't already, and I've tried to keep it succinct. The first point is to say, why wasn't Muaūpoko actually consulted about the plan development? Because we were on the Awi Māngai site, so you would think there would have been consultation there. I think it's potentially because the map has been coming and going from that site. We have our theories about why that's been happening, but I don't know that council officials, when they started preparing, I'm not sure, but council officials, when they started preparing this plan, whether they had the map that you see in the slides there from the Awi Māngai site. It might have come up late, but that's a question you could perhaps take back to council officials. We're here today and you're hearing our submission. We think there was a statutory responsibility to consult in the preparation of the plan. That didn't happen, but okay, fine, we're here now and you have the information and you see the amendments that we're seeking. The second point I think to make is that you see from the Kaiwharawhara decision and from our materials, there's reference to the Waitangi Tribunal report that looked at customary interests in Te Whanganui-a-Tara and came to some conclusions. We disagree with some of the conclusions of the report, and I'm pretty sure that Ngāti Toa disagrees with some of the conclusions of that report, because that report says Muaūpoko interests, there's no sort of, I don't know how far they go, but they say there's no interest great enough to found land rights that the Crown should have been concerned about, but there are historical associations. It also goes on to say Ngāti Toa had no customary interests in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, and I'm sure don't agree about that. And in fact, the statutory acknowledgements for Ngāti Toa after their treaty settlement rectify that situation. So just to point out that the tribunal says you should be recognising long-held historical associations. We think that's sufficient for your plan purposes. We don't think it's just meant to be a, gosh, you know, well, as long as Muaūpoko are mentioned in stories, that's okay. We think it's got to go further than that in your plan, particularly because your plan mentions earlier groups in this area. And we're saying, don't forget that things change. The tribunal said Ngāti Toa interests weren't strong, but they are there in statutory acknowledgements, which you have to acknowledge for Ngāti Toa in the harbour. We think they got, Ngāti Toa got there with their treaty settlement. Muaūpoko was pre-settled. Wait till you see after our treaty settlement what the responsibilities are, but you have those responsibilities now anyway. I guess the third major point to make is that there's been a lot of legal action in this area, as you know, out of Te Whanganui-a-Tara. We say that we're blessed in this region because they've got to deal with 19 groups. You know, you've only got to deal with well, 3 at this stage, but there's rangitane groups out there as well. Maybe they'll pop up sometime, but the situation here is relatively straightforward. You have some very strong players coming here in the 1820s. You also have ancestral connections of those groups, Rangitane, Ngatiapa, Muaūpoko, Ngaitara connections that are earlier. And there are ways, we say from the case law that's come out of Auckland so far, and there's these appeals going on, but the key point that comes out of the Auckland cases is this, that in the RMA space, you ought not to be, as a panel, saying this group's in, this group's out. If you have information, you should be recognising groups, because you've got to recognise archaeological finds and those sort of matters, and the history of these early groups in this area, the full breadth of that history, because groups can be culturally impacted, and you've got to look out for that. You should only be saying this group's out if to put the group in would somehow fundamentally threaten the status of other groups who are here. And we want to be very clear that, of course, recognising Muaūpoko in this space, recognising what's, that they need to be protected if taonga come up in this area, that doing that recognition in no way threatens the mana and the status of the settled groups here, their histories, Atitua and Aotearoa and Taranaki Whānau. Just as Muaūpoko cannot change the history from 1820 onwards, we can't change the history from 1820 backwards. It's still part of this landscape and important to the cultural associations here. I think that's all the points I wanted to make from the submission, on the basis that you're going to read it subsequently. And I'm sure the law will get some more case law by the time you get to your decisions on the plan. Oh, no, I don't. Do you want to? Oh, yeah, no, let's do that. I think it'll come up. The last thing I want to do is just we talked a little bit about a taonga that was here in 2006, and let me just check this is going to work.
Here we go. Here's the test.
Yeah. We haven't learned. We've still got the lawyer on the technology.
Okay, no pressure then. I've got to put on slideshow first. No, I see that I put the link in there. See that? Watch. Be amazed. Okay, so
it's coming to the rescue.
Here we go.
It's coming to the rescue.
So this is going to play sound.
The last part.
Sorry, Jazz, I'm so apologies.
No.
Okay, here we go. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to play.
I hope you're not going to break Jazz's email laptop.
No, Jazz.
Is that from my laptop if you want? But we'll give this a shot first.
What I wanted to do is 4 minutes, but I think we just play the last minute and a half. It's the actual ceremony. Well, the moment when that waka was put into storage. Dean, you'll see Dean, and you'll see all of the Wellington or Te Whanganui Atara groups there, assisting with that process.
Unmute you now.
Do mute me now. That one.
Oh.
It turns off.
I suppose it's they've got a Wakakotahi that was found. It was found up in Minto. It's on the Hutt River there. It was found in 2006. 2006, and huge. It was thought to be in Tauehu, so the front of a waka. And on the screen there you have Papa Rangitane Kawa and Shane James, who's based at Te Papa here in Wellington. And I Muaūpoko and our Rangitane Whananga hoki. But beautiful thing that happened and occurred was that it was based here. And Kura Moya gave a call out to us all, knowing that the waka was actually found to have been over 300 years old, felled over 300 years ago, and gave the call out to us all, and everyone heeded to his call and came and supported the process of moving that waka from central Wellington here out to Nainai. And then from there, invited in carvers from Kahununu, Rangitane, Muaūpoko, Rātitoa, and Te Atiawa to come together and study those patterns within their waka. In the video here, when you see the two carvers here, they actually talk about, since the waka wasn't finished, you actually can see what tools were actually used. It wasn't polished off, should I say. It was still in a progress of works to be completed. And it shows where the tuki that was used, and many tuki are found around the areas here when there's a lot of development that going on. And those tuki that were used. And I'm going to talk about the honona, and the heading for the actual video presented from archives and the Te Atiawa, it's about the honona. The honona o te waka o Kairangi. So the connecting and the connections of us all for this taonga that was found. But it was a beautiful bit of work, and it was a beautiful morning. And it was only just across the road here, just up the alleyway. So 4 o'clock in the morning, we were all there, placed this waka on the truck, all our karakia together, and then we followed it up the motorway, the hub motorway, coming to Nainai, and then it was forfeited into the building there, held in Nainai, and then I think it's going to be based in Lower Hutt at the museum there. I'm not too sure of the name here, is it? House Museum, yes, around there by the leader and the Sacred Heart. And then that'll be on view, and it's also going to be available for all of our iwis to come in and do continued work on it, and to observe and to use that as a learning tool going forward.
Might be an easier time just to play it.
Yeah. Well, it was there's several videos made, I realise now, and this is one of them. So should we just play it from the beginning?
Yeah, okay.
You've got 4 minutes and 43 seconds.
I think we've got 4 minutes, haven't we?
Yeah, I'm better.
Yes, I think we might have to play it.
Yeah.
Maybe we Mr. Chairman.
It's fine.
Do we want to? Well, we've given you the. Yeah.
Okay, we can listen to it ourselves. One question you could answer, please. Where are you on your treaty journey?
Oh. Where are we on the treaty settlement journey?
During the question. we were restored and had a parting of the ways in 2015. Crown and Muaūpoko had chosen to reach negotiations. We have been, in the last couple of years, Crown has started to entertain the idea that they might talk to us. They might put us back on. What I think it's important to note, and maybe not part of the reason why we all get pulled home, because I actually live in Auckland, grew up in Taitoko in this area in Wellington, but is that the Muaūpoko Tribal Authority Board, supported by our Hapuan people, have adopted the Act as of strategy. So while capacity is an unbelievably massive, huge challenge, We have not stopped moving forward and acting as if we have a settlement mentality. So in the last year and a half in particular, we're having more promising kōrero with Te Arawhiti about the potential of getting back on the route plan. Aroha mai for the roundabout way of answering. So I don't think it's imminent, but it's certainly a lot more imminent looking than it was in 2016. Would that be fair, folks?
That's very fair. And to even add that other smaller sized iwi like us have confided and said, why didn't they take and adopt that strategy themselves instead of waiting for the handout, whatever crumbs, shall we say, fall from the master's table? Why shouldn't they could see what we're doing? They could have done that rather than wait. But that's a very key thing in our favour. We're not waiting. We're still acting and believing as if. Of course we are. We're amazing. We deserve everything that we get and more. That's how we believe. That's how we roll. And a lot of it's got to do with our leadership at a governance level and the trust and the faith that we have in our leadership to provide us with that kind of thinking and practice so that it becomes normal to believe that I'm valued. I got worth, no matter what you say. So, absolute great strategy we've adopted as a board and as a leadership of our people who have for many years, centuries, been holding this space. And it's fallen upon us, this generation, the lucky ones, to represent all of our people who have passed on. And those who have yet to enter into the world. With the current situation of the environment, we've not done a very good job. So I'll just say that the strategy that Di just expressed, I think it's very, very pertinent and helpful for us as Muaūpoko tangata. Mai tana ki te upoko tika, kura haupo waka. So thank you again for hearing us and giving this opportunity.
Ka pai matua, koutou katoa, mo tō kōrero whakawhiriwhiri ki mai nui a tatai. Yeah, in English, I have a couple of questions. I just want to clarify something to start with. So just to make it quite clear, we sitting at this table are not the council. So just to make it clear that, because I just wanted to clear up any confusion that there might be that we're sitting here as the council. We're not the council. We're independent of the council for a very good reason. So just wanted to clear that up. The other thing too is that, as you've rightfully pointed out in your kōrero earlier, yes, I am Ngāti Toa, I do whakapapa to Ngāti Toa amongst other iwi, but I sit here alongside my colleagues to make the best possible decision for everybody in the area. So I don't. That's all I'll say on that. So just wanted to those 2 points of clarity that yes, we do carry our whakapapa with us, but I sit here in the capacity as a commissioner to assist everybody in making the best possible decision. On that note, I have a couple of questions. There is no doubt in my mind that you have a historic and deep cultural connection to this area. So that is not, in my mind, at question. What I wanted to test a little bit further is the concept of how mana is represented in that conversation around a lot of the things that have been said in evidence, is to be recognised as tangata whenua who have mana whenua here. And so the context for that is on my Te Arawa side. If I go to places in Auckland like Mairangi Bay, Te Oho Mairangi was a wife of Tamati Kapua who, long story short, she got off the waka in Auckland and ended up staying there as the Te Arawa waka continued. Now, as Te Arawa, I know the deep connection that place has for me. because that person was Te Arawa whakapapa. But I don't go to Auckland as Te Arawa to say I have mana, if that makes sense, right? So even though I have a deep connection, and that place is named after my tupuna, right, from Te Arawa, which everyone, even Ngāti Whai, everyone acknowledges that's named after my tupuna, I consider I have a deep connection to that place. Mairangi Bay it's called now, but Tohu Mairangi is the name of it. But I have never asserted, and I don't know if anyone in Te Arawa has asserted, that then allows them to have mana in that place. So I want to draw the line between the connection of what is it that we use. I hope that's an example that I could, because there are many examples, as you know, of names of places that are not in dispute. How do we know that a cultural connection automatically equates to mana? That's my question, and because I'm not doubting the cultural connection. How do we derive the mana from that in this context? Where does the mana bit come from? Which is would be helpful for all of us, not to. And if I'm way off the line, if I'm way off the mark, tell me, explain to me why I'm off the mark. If that's helpful, because that's the elephant in the room for me, is to get to the bottom of that question, for me. But yeah, ka pai. I'll turn this off. Hang on.
Tēnā koe rāwiri o te pātai nei. Nei o kua ki whakaaro. We all have mana, no matter where you come from. The trick for us going forward is, how do we maintain that mana so that everybody feels valued, everybody feels connected? I think for me, that is the question. The past is the past. No doubting that, as you've said. But here we have an opportunity to go forward tomorrow. For our children and our grandchildren, our tuarua, who are yet to be born into this world. Now, that's kind of where I'm going with it. We can all walk together here in this space with our mana held intact. But if mana is challenged and mana is takahi, that's when we have a problem. So that's the best answer I could give you, Rāwiri. Iau e whakalongo ana ki a koe karawhiu ana I te pātai. So tēnā koe mo te pātai. Nei oku nei whakaaro. Anyone else at the table have any other whakaaro?
I think put it well when you said the elephant in the room, right? Yeah, because remember, our connection, it isn't about the mana whenua here and at the time now. Things have changed and evolved over time. It's having that connection here, which is our connection isn't someone being dropped off here. It's that connection that's been there for 800 years. Okay, and the 200 years, the mana whenua, and so that's why I say we don't want to taki their mana. We understand, yep. And remembering Te Atiawa, Ngāti Toa, everyone has mana there coming through from that time, just as the community itself here within Whanganui-a-Tara, they have mana as settlers here too, which was given to them from those that were here then, which is only not long after when they arrived here. But we were going to tread very lightly and carefully in that area. So to ensure that that doesn't happen, like as we said, we do not want to taki the mana of our whanaunga too. Some of us whanaunga, warangi haatama, of Te Atiawa, Ngāti Toa. It's a matter of walking alongside, and it's just that acknowledgement that it's just, that's what it is. It's really just acknowledging each other in that sense there.
Is it not more than just an acknowledgement you're seeking though? So if it was an acknowledgement of Muaūpoko's role, right, is is that the same as the mana whenua, the elephant in the room comment? What do you mean by acknowledgement?
Well, acknowledgement is acknowledgement of our ancestral connection to here.
Mm.
I think I said it early on. We understand, there's going to be times where going forward, a prime example on the ground at the operations level and the accidental discovery process, we may be required at some times, but it's that acknowledgement each way of we might not be there on the floor, on the ground with them at that time, but it's that acknowledgement for our mana. We're not being there, but it's just acknowledging us to say, hey, we need to call upon Muaūpoko to come here to look at this. There was a slide that was up here. I don't think we put it up, but we were going to put up a slide with our wāhi tapu, with our current settlement, the area of concern for us for our treaty settlement, and it shows all the wāhi tapu areas. And then if I think back and look back, and if we had that acknowledgement, that true acknowledgement, if we looked at Transmission Gully, what was found there, I'm sure there would have been a few sites that would have been our connection there, but the acknowledgement didn't come. That's what we're asking for, and to grow upon. That's why we don't want to taki the mana of someone there. And that's the true workings on the ground. And it started to eventuate now with Te Awa Kairangi. It's been a really good starting point for us, seeing us going forward. And we didn't come in there and take over the whole karakia session there. They just brought us forward because they knew the importance to ensure that the mana of the taonga, the mana of the whenua, is upheld. And to make it right. And it's just that acknowledgement. I think that's where it comes in. And that's the mana uplifting for us, where we are and where we stand on our marae. Because our maraes are there. They aren't here on the whenua and the whanganuiatara. But it's uplifting for our mana there because the acknowledgement is both ways. And it's the same with our stories for Ngāti Toa, Te Atiawa, and the connection they have to our lake at home. A lot of the history for Ngāti Toa coming here started at our lake. And that comes with Te Ao Whenua, with Ngāti Whātua. That's the enhancing acknowledgement, but that's the growing of the story for all of us. And that's mana enhancing in itself that we feel. But it's
so the example you used earlier, that's of the waka. Yes. That's a really good example of how everyone can work together for a shared outcome. That wasn't something that was written in the plan for the Hutt City Council. That was something that was done because everyone saw the need to manaaki each other to get the best possible outcome. So and I agree with you, right? That and as you said, that's a great example of how everybody worked together to make sure that the best outcome was achieved by that waka being where it is now, the connection of all the whānau being in there now. And that didn't take a planned provision to happen.
Can I just say that it sometimes doesn't happen?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm not saying, yeah.
I think the evidence is look at what's in the Wellington region, which was guns, 1820s, and displacement, and Muaūpoko not being 100 miles away, but just there. And that history is quite different from, say, someone saying there's Ngaitahu connections in this area. There are, or really old connections that weren't here for many hundreds of years, because we've seen those claims. So there is the evidential difference. The other point to say practically is, it is, can I suggest, in our experience, a little naive to go manaakitanga solves it. There isn't, because of, in part we say because of the treaty settlement process, there is a bit of an arms race here about, we've got our settlement, we're here, that's it. And as we can see from the way the settlements work, and I've gone through the statutory acknowledgements, there's subtleties here about what happened in this area. And the settlements process is kind of like this blunt instrument that should not be relied on. What we say you as a council need to look at is the particular history, the particular timing of this area, which is, and the Muaūpoko claim in that context is not about an ancestor of hundreds of years ago and an important just cultural connection, but an actual factual, that waka, that Whitu Kairangi site, there's a development going on there. You will find objects in there that you can readily say, we know pretty closely who the particular rangatira are who might have been associated with them. That information is going to be.
Aroha mai, I just wanted to add, as Dean said, I mean, there was a point close in Otago called Muaūpoko Point, because some of our people were dropped there and it was named. We don't talk to Ngāi Tahu or any of the iwi hapu down there and ask for any level of acknowledgement. We know. But as has been said, the Te Whanganui Atara region and the area of interest that's showing up in TPK records is way, 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 way more. This was and is our home. This was and is a place where we exist and existed for 800, 900 years. So it's a very deep connection. And I think the example of the waka is what we're looking for. And we can't rely on this from Uncle Joe in the 80s being people dependent only. There has to be a way for this to become a pathway for us to be, as different people move and we lose people and go to the next generations. So that's why we're here.
I've just got one question of clarity, probably for you, Mr. Benyon. So I haven't had a deep dive into the kaiwharewhara decision for the fast track. Can you, I've skimmed through it. I'm aware that there were provisions made in there for accidental discovery. Did it at all mention or go towards the role of Muaūpoko as tangata whenua? Did it go beyond involvement in, I don't want to play it down, a role in the accidental discovery? Did it go any further than that?
No, so what was requested by the authority for that was to be part of the design process, which was a condition which said there's a design team that's Ngāti Toa team as the mana whenua partners in the. There should be a condition that says that Muaūpoko will be part of the design because there'll be like those stories and that sort of thing. The panel said no, we'll leave that to Manaaki Tahu. We disagree with that, but fine. But then we said accidental discovery. They said it just makes sense, and they referred to the example. It just makes sense. Something comes up. But we don't agree with the decision. It, for example, says that we didn't challenge the Waitangi Tribunal decision, and we do. I don't think it was right, but that's what that's the call they made there. So we acknowledge the decision, we use it, we refer to it. We don't entirely agree.
That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know it's, as Mr. Wilson said, it's getting close to beer o'clock, and I see he's getting thirsty. So,
Commissioner Birch, do you have any questions for the submittal?
I'm not sure it's a question, but we did put some of these questions to the council's lawyer the other day, because I think ultimately it comes down to some legal interpretation about our role and responsibility in terms of the RMA and their role and responsibilities in terms of the RMA. So their legal counsel are going to think about those questions and come back to us. So I guess from my point of view, I take your point that the RMA is quite specific under 6E. You know, it's about the relationship, and so that's where we'd like to see some more direction, if you like, and to help us in making that decision. Yeah, and I know Mr. Benyon, your legal submissions do cover that. And so the response from the council will help us balance that as well. But you know, I certainly understand your kōrero, and yeah, so I don't have a particular question. I understand your submissions.
I just checked with the rest of my colleagues. Anyone else got any questions? I think that's it from us. We're very grateful.
Are we able to access the previous hearing?
I think it's on the live stream.
Might be online.
I'll talk to
Jazz,
you.
yeah.
We'll find that.
I can email you a link.
As long as you promise to watch all 8 hours.
Yeah.
To get the full context of their kōrero, you have to watch all 8 hours.
Not doing anything else.
I can check my notes and give Jazz a better steer of when in the day we had the discussion to save you watching all 8 hours, riveting though that would be. And you will see where we were coming from. So thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā tata. Tēnā tātou I tā huatanga ko te pai ai tēnei ahi. Reire tēnei anō te mihi atu ki koutou. E taku pō he kauni hero o Hanganui tara. Hanganui ata he hala. Reire tēnā koe mo te whakamāla mama. But thank you so much for allowing this opportunity. And this is how we explained, you fellas are not the council, so aroa mai for not picking up on that earlier. So thank you for again, and hope that what we shared here today is going to help you make a mana enhancing decision. So, tēnā tātou
Well, during the day's proceedings, back bright-eyed and bush-tailed, 9 AM on Monday.